guess it's just what we're gonna get. Rehashes, redos, member berries, nostalgia. That's all we get. Whatever happened to originality? Mr. Producer, is it time? I think it's time. Ahoy! Welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am Captain Garrett of the channel Swords and Starships, and you are watching the premier destination for nerd reviews. Highly, irritatingly trenchant analysis of all things comic book, starships, nautical, historical, fantasy, and just all around things that I enjoy. We're going to talk about Terminator Zero. I feel like I'm in a little bit of a Groundhog Day here. It's almost like the exact same thing I said about Alien Romulus. There was great potential here until it just started replaying everything I've already seen in a better movie. And then I realized I think I just don't live in a world where we want originality anymore. It's just that's the disconnect. We'll get there. I also subjected myself to Rings of Power, and when I say subjected myself, I truly mean that. I truly mean that. I only have a few more of these in me this year. I tell you what. It's funny. The reaction video's coming soon. I'm doing a reaction video. Mr. Producer, kill the music. It's run its course. Yes, thank you very much. Just a quick little teaser of the Rings of Power journey that I've been on. And let me know if I need to back off the mic. I've been kind of reviewing the stream, and sometimes they're like a little too close. I'm sorry if that's the case. I'm sorry if that's the case. You just let me know, chat. You're my eyes and ears out there. And first half hour of watching the episode, I kind of had some commentary. I paused it, and I was like, you know, honestly, I'm just bored. I'm just really bored, and I don't have a lot to say about this because it's kind of all the stuff that I've already said about a lot of other things. The Acolyte, Echo, Secret Invasion, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, Mandalorian, the Book of Boba Fett. My God, it just never stops. And I thought, you know, that maybe this is pointless because I don't really have a lot to say about the Rings of Power. And then the second half of the episode happened, and I was like, what? The first episode, I haven't seen any more of that. Because then I saw there are 3 more. They dropped 3 episodes. I'm like, I have to watch 3? Damn it. I was thinking 1 a week, and I'll drop my reaction. No, I got to watch. So I watched 1 episode. Second half, I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. We're going to talk about that. And then also, woke gaming, folks, is in total freefall. It is collapsing. It is imploding in on itself. We have so much to talk about, and we've got some funny videos to share. But first things first, Joseph Ricci is in the chat and says, hello, Captain. Permission to come aboard. Permission to come aboard. Granted, sir. Skunks Workshop. Permission to come aboard. Granted. Skunks Workshop. Joseph says ahoy to Skunks. Joseph says, not interested in Term Zero or Rings, but I do have some interesting news. We'll drop it in the chat, Joseph. We'll take a look. Fu Man Blue says, hail, everyone. Ahoy! Hail, Fu Man Blue. And, by the way, permission granted, always granted, on the Captain's Cast, never required. Thank you for being here, my dear chat. Stavjari is in the chat. Says, hello, you landlubbers. He's looking askance at us. Us. They, the land-bound. Pity them, folks. Pity them. We here are men of the sea and the stars. That's right. It's my lucky coffee cup. Copy. What did I say? Coffee cup. Coffee cup. Peter Piper picked a pepper. Joseph Ricci says, Foo, ahoy. Furry. Did you just call Star Fury furry? By the way, this is deep lore. I think it was like the very first Captain's Cast. Like the very first one. Don't watch it. It's cringe. It's terrible. Don't watch it. Star Fury was there. And Fu Man Blue was there. Founding members of the Swords and Starships channel. And when I first read Star Fury's name, I thought it had two R's, and I said Star Furry. Oh, well, welcome, my furry. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's Fury. Oh no, I'm sorry about that. Fu Man Blue says, I can't wait to. I have not. I just glanced at your comment. I cannot wait to read this, Fu Man Blue. I quit Terminator after she pushed him. Why can't I speak? It's so weird. After she pushed him in the elevator shaft. It's because I wear this night guard on my teeth, and I took a little nap before this stream, and it kind of adjusts the position. It seriously messes with my speech. It messes with the captain's diction. It's weird. So I promise I'm not having a stroke. I promise. I'm a hypochondriac, so if I thought that was happening, I'd probably already be at the ER, so don't worry about it. Anyway, Fu Man Blue, or I'm in denial about it. Who knows? Fu Man Blue says you quit after she pushed the Terminator into the elevator shaft. I almost would have quit sooner. I actually want to finish this one out. They're only 30-minute episodes. It's 8 episodes in the series. You're right. That there's so much to unpack about how shitty everything is at that point in the series, because that's episode 4. And it's actually everything before that really pissed me off. Really pissed me off. And probably you as well. Like, how can I even describe this? Chat, will you even believe me if I tell you? If you haven't seen Terminator Zero, will you believe me if I tell you what Fu Man Blue is referring to here? The human soldier that has been sent back in time to protect what, honestly, I don't know what she's supposed to do. I do not know what this babe is supposed to be doing. Girl boss, by the way, someone in the chat last week said girl boss incoming. They nailed it. Whoever that was, raise your hand. I will shout you out because you nailed it. You warned me. You warned me. I was trying to give this stupid show the benefit of the doubt. Girl boss incoming. There's 2 in this show. There's 2. Anyway, and there's a matriarchal wise woman. You can tell it's already just pouring out of me because there's so much to talk about. Anyway, the scene that Fu Man Blue is referring to, this human warrior grabs the Terminator in she grabs his waist in like I want to say it's not a headlock, but it's like a body tackle, like a judo, like a body tackle, and she's wrestling with the Terminator, and the Terminator is beating her, and yeah, there's some blood coming out, but she's mostly okay, and then she kind of wrestles it down an elevator shaft. I'm like, literally what? Do we not understand any of the physics of how the Terminators work? It's can you even believe that that's true? It is absolutely, they have humans headbutting Terminators! All right, that's enough for now. We're going to get into it. I promise you, chat. Sorry, Fu Man Blue. You just triggered me massively there. I mean, the thing is this, okay? I am one of a dying breed. We all are. You know? We who grew up with the idea that lasted for thousands of years of human civilization, by the way, that the purpose of art, poetry, theater, novels, music, lyrics, opera, painting, just photography, sculpture, the purpose of all of those pursuits was originality. Originality. And so, you can forgive me if every single time, I sit down to watch anything, listen to anything, read a book, anything, what is my expectation? Show me something I haven't seen before. And every single time, I go to Alien Romulus. I go to this movie. I go to The Crow. I watch this show. And it's like repeats of shit. Repeat. They just replay old scenes, old lines, old ideas over and over that I've already seen in a better movie. And I say to myself, why? I say to myself, okay, I'm putting myself in the writer's head, you know? And I'm like, what is the point of this? Why don't you want to say something new? And then I think, wait, this is your problem, Captain. You're living in the past. This new crop of writers, if they can be called that, they don't care about that. Their job is not to tell you a new story. It is not to show you something unique or original or inspiring. Their only job is to IP mine. Their only job is to find an IP. Terminator, Aliens, Indiana Jones, Star Wars. Just find one. Find me one. Go and plagiarize all the shit that already happened. Oh, everyone loved that. Plagiarize it. And then just replay it for people. And who claps for this? Who claps? The shills! The damn shills! Decorum here. There will be decorum on the deck. The captain will compose himself. Anyway. That's my problem. It's like, clearly, I want something out of media that the modern audience, or at least that the creatives think the modern audience is not interested in. They are not interested in originality. They're not interested in vision. They are not interested in anything new, novel, anything. They just want TikTok clips that they can react to on their channel. That's all they want. They don't want anything that's going to inspire them or make them think about a new idea. Don't you remember that old quote that was always on school? It was always on a poster at school. A mind once stretched by a new idea never returns to its original shape. Oh, that's so inspiring. That's what we used to learn as kids. Nobody cares about that. No, we want old ideas. We just want to replay the same tape over and over again. It's... Oh. Allow me to return to the chat. I'm sorry, I departed from the scripted program. We don't have a script here, folks. There's no script here. Staffjärde says, with his stiff British upper lip, I refuse to watch garbage anymore. My stomach can't take this vomit. I mean, I really kind of was 50-50 on this one. I was like, I think there's a chance, just a chance, that this Terminator Zero could be good. And it's trash. It's a disaster. It is a disaster. I cannot believe it. How many of these? How many of these do we have to sit through? I don't understand why this is so entrenched in every single show. It's So yes, I support your decision, Staffjärde. Wrangler says, hail, taking a break from editing to say hi and drop a like. Well, thank you, Wrangler. And Wrangler with a $4.20 super chat. Why, thank you, Wrangler. Thank you. Captain salute. Very generous. He leaves $4.20 for the captain and says nothing, as is his custom. But really, he just simply says it all with the number. That's what he said. Staffjärde says, a Terminator T-800. Staffjärde, you've all... My dear Staffjärde, you already have this backwards. Okay? You are attempting to apply things like physics, logic, grounded storytelling, setup and payoff, lore and consequences, and fidelity to the lore. Fan service. You are attempting to apply all of those outdated, regressive, old ideas. We live in a stunning and brave new world, and in that stunning and brave new world, things like physics don't matter. However, you have been a great supporter of the channel, and as such, I will humor you by reading your analysis. A Terminator, says Staffjärde, is T-800, is 400 pounds. She couldn't move it a millimeter, let alone shove it down a shaft. It's like... They're doing me head in, Staffjärde. You're that is like it's an understatement. Like there's a scene where she drives a truck into the Terminator on a bridge. She drives it off of the bridge, and then she gets, while it's falling. This is while the truck, it's a semi-truck. This is while it's falling towards the water, okay? She jumps out of the cab of the truck, gets onto the roof, runs up the top of the truck and leaps like a Matrix style flying across buildings leap and grabs onto the railing of the bridge. And now, if this were meant to be kind of like a fantasy anime, like it was an over-the-top stylistic, like we're not really going to pay too much attention to physics, that would be one thing. I wouldn't like that, but that would at least be one thing. But this show has already established in other scenes that physics do matter, because there's other scenes where the Terminators are just they're just crushing heads. They're just mowing them down. They're doing what they do in the movies. So it's like, how can you do that? You can't have it both ways. You can't have her be human, but she can do freaking, Neo jumps across space. Now, is it possible? Because I've only watched 4 episodes so far. That was as many as I could get before I got on this stream. I wanted to finish it, but the captain needed a nap. I had to get my beauty sleep. This is the moneymaker, man. Anyway, the point is, it's only halfway through. Is it possible that they're going to reveal she is actually a Terminator or some kind of cyborg herself by the end? Possibly. But that doesn't let them off the hook, because the setup and payoff is so sloppy with how they're doing this. Really, it's just confused. It's confused and muddled, and I'm going to get into more of that. There are multiple scenes when a human woman kickboxes with a T-800. Folks, what? What are we doing? What are we doing here? I just don't. Who is the stupid writer of this show? Go, where is it? Get me my IMDb, Mr. Producer. I have to light this guy's ass up right now, because I saw his name in the credits, and I had questions for him. I had questions. What's his name? God, I hate modern IMDb. I know, I complain about it every single time. I'm really sorry about that. Hang on, all cast and crew. And it always slows down my stream when I load up IMDb because of all the stupid ads. Series directed by Masashi Kudo and written by Mattson Tomlin. That's the guy. Wrote all 8 episodes, developed the series. Mattson Tomlin. He is also an executive producer on this show. Let me share my screen here. This is who we're looking at. Mattson Tomlin. What else has he done? I don't know. Doesn't ring a bell. What do we got here? I'm looking for writer credits. The Sea Beast. Don't know what that. Story consultant. Mother Android. Written by Little Fish. Screenplay. Project Power. He did some episodes of that. Never seen it. Persuasion. Bruiser. Solomon Grundy. Dream Lover. Until the Sky Falls. The Projectionist. So those are his writing credits. Was he a director on The Batman? He's writing The Batman too. And he wasn't credited for his work on The Batman, but he's working on the sequel. Okay, well... fine. Mr. Tomlin, why did you write this? That's my question. As a writer, written 2 novels, I know why I write, sir. I know why I write. I know what it is I pursue. Whether I achieve it or not is for the reader to judge. But I know what I pursue. What are you pursuing? Because it's not something new. It's not originality. It's not the answer to a question that puzzles humanity. It's certainly not for love of Terminator lore. You threw the entire physics of this universe out the window. Why? Honest to God, that's not me trolling. That's a genuine question. Why? Why is that fun? Is that fun as a writer to just, I just think Terminator's cool, and I just want to write something with Terminators in it. I don't care if it makes any sense. Surely, that's not the motivation here. It puzzles me, folks. It just puzzles me. If you're not going to honor the lore, if you're not going to do something original, if you're not going to say something new, ask something new, what are we doing? Why? Why write it? I just don't understand it. Is it just to cash a paycheck? This is the only way I can cash a paycheck? He's got all these other writing credits. Surely he's not that hard up for work. Did he get noted to death? Did executive producers interfere? I don't know. Maybe. Then why are you in this industry? Why aren't you an indie creator? I could never work under those conditions. It's probably why I'm here on YouTube, and I have 2 novels self-published. Why? Just why? I don't understand. There's no point to art if you're not going to say something meaningful. Puzzles me, folks. What else we got? Joseph Ricci in the chat, Regular in the chat, getting the conversation going. The Foreigner Belt is here. Says, hail, Captain. Hail, chat. Welcome aboard, Mr. Foreigner Belt. Good to see ya. Anthony Timmons in the chat says, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Anthony. Always good to see you. Well, okay, Foreigner Belt, because you said it, yeah, okay, I read this as a critique on your part, correct me if I'm wrong, based on your second comment. You said it's cartoon physics like Roadrunner and Coyote. Exactly. It's like total, it's Looney Tunes. I loved it. Thank you. Thank you for giving me that. I might put that in the title of my video. This is Looney Tunes physics in Terminator. It is ridiculous. This is a joke. This is a joke. Mr. Tomlin. Are you serious? Is this serious? Like, this is the work you turned in for the Terminator franchise. Would somebody please send Hollywood the memo? This franchise is never going to happen anymore. It's dead. Like, Cameron himself came back and gave us The Last Jedi of Terminator, the Terminator Dark Fate. They can never tell a new story. And by the way, something occurred to me while watching this. Why is it that you can never tell the Terminator story over again? And I think part of it is because the very nature of the original story is it's a one-trick pony. It's basically, now they pulled it off twice with Terminator 2 Judgment Day, but that's actually because I do think there was actually more to say in the second story. I think that's kind of the difference, because in the first movie, the idea of this Terminator coming back in time and hunting Sarah Connor is this bolt from the blue. It's a great, it's really a monster in the house story, but it's also kind of a dude with a problem story as well, because Sarah Connor is just this innocent victim. She didn't ask for this, and suddenly her world's turned upside down. What is this thing? Where did it come from? We have this soldier sent back to protect her. In the next film, the question we're exploring is, how does she react to this? And what is the fallout of that? And will her son take up the mantle? That there actually is that sort of question with young John Connor in the second film. Will he actually embrace his identity as the future savior of mankind? And I quite like that element of the second film, because it's not clear whether he will actually live up to the legend, so to speak, right? But he does. That's the beauty of it. Like, I actually think the act of saving his mother at the peril of his own life is actually the moment of the film in Terminator 2 that makes clear John Connor really is the future man that he's believed to be. And I think that's now what I'm saying is that's all meaningful, new, original. Everything since then has basically just been, let's just do that again. But what's the point of that? That doesn't actually tell a new story. That doesn't actually... Now, and let me point something else out. I mentioned this last week. There will never, ever be an alien film with a male protagonist. Never. Never. Why? Because it's tradition. Well, someone in the chat correctly observed it's kind of a tradition. Sigourney Weaver was the first protagonist, and I love Sigourney, and therefore it's sort of a tradition to have a female protagonist. Now, on that basis alone, I'm fine with that. But why is it that I can tell you with absolute certainty they will never have a female protagonist in an alien film? Because our culture is dominated by intersectional feminism and identity politics. And therefore, that is why we have girl bosses everywhere. And that is why we have the constant spamming of the girl who's the key to everything trope. And the idea of having a male protagonist. Like, let's say there was a movie about Hicks, played by Michael Biehn from the second film. The wackos would go into orbit, folks. They would lose their shit. The Reeve would be out of control. Why? Oh, because you took down a female-led role and you gave it to a man that's so patriarchal. Isn't it interesting that the first two protectors sent back in time in the Terminator series were men, right? Reese was a male. The T-800, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, was a male. In the third film, again, a male. And the protagonist is John Connor, a male. You could argue it's tradition that Terminator is... Now, there are mother figures, of course, Sarah Connor being an important one. But she is a protagonist, but the protector is a male figure in the first three films, right? Why can't you argue that's tradition? But what do? They start putting in female protectors in every single Terminator. This is the perfect example of why it bothers me that there will never be a male protagonist in Alien, because it only goes one direction. It only goes one direction. We can always change it. If we had a male-led franchise, we can always swap out Indiana Jones for Phoebe Waller-Bridge. We can always do that. But we can never have a male... We can never have an alien Romulus where Andy is the protagonist. We can never have that. Even though he's the most interesting character. He's the only character. Andy is the only character in Alien Romulus. Everyone else is as Robert McKee, the great screenwriting teacher, would put it, they are a role. They are a role that has not received enough characterization. I just thought I'd point that out. Because there was some discussion that's the problem. I don't have a problem with it being a tradition. We have a female protagonist. I have a problem with the double standard. And why is the double standard a problem? Because it's cliche. And, I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but essentially...
'Cause we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
Thanks, Az. I appreciate that. Hat tap, heel versus baby face. Star Fury, what you're going to need your flamethrower today, sir. Have it ready. In Minecraft. In Minecraft. Just make believe. Yes. Where was I in the chat? A sense of furry. Star Fury, are you typing while driving or something? I sense a furry pile coming down the pike. Okay. Tom is in the chat. Tom decided to take a break from lurking and says, Happy Sunday, Captain, in chat. Good to see you, Tom. Good to see you, Tom. Who else is in the chat? Fu Man Blue. Already getting the party started. We're just going to roll right into my Terminator Zero thoughts, because I just want to get into that. But Fu Man Blue says, I can accept any physics they establish, but when only one person in your world has cartoon physics, I'm out. Yeah, I totally get it. Star Fury says, I did a rewatch of Battlestar Galactica in 1978, Season 1. It was campy, silly, and so much fun. Yeah, I appreciate that. Look, I respect anyone who loves the original BSG. It's not my thing. It's a little too camp for me. I'm sorry. I know. I'm a snob. It's not, you know, it's a failing of my character. I love the reimagines here. Now, I will say, I love how the reimagined Battlestar Galactica folded in a lot of the spiritual elements of the original, you know. I thought that was pretty brilliant. And I really did love how the old model Cylons that are like, by your command, you know, they incorporated them into the final episode. That was awesome. Anthony says, yeah, the Terminator has been dead for a while now. I think somebody somewhere may have thrown it a funeral. Yeah, I mean, there's essentially 3 storylines in Terminator Zero that are going on. 2 of them are boring. I mean, skippable boring. One of them is almost interesting. Almost. It kind of goes up and down. It's like at moments I'm kind of like, Intriguing, not intriguing. Intriguing, not intriguing. So, spoilers for Terminator Zero up to episode 4, because I just, I'm just going to get into a couple of the points in the first half of the season. I haven't seen the rest of it. I almost don't care at this point how it ends, because it doesn't matter how it ends. It's not going to fix the problems with the first 4 episodes. Like, I really hate that argument of the shills. Well, you have to see the whole thing, because maybe it'll fix it. It's like, but it doesn't change the fact that I wasn't I was bored for 3 episodes, and then I'm supposed to suddenly say, oh, now it all makes sense. A slow burn is one thing, but anyway. So storyline number 1 is in the future with, I do not know her name, generic girl boss warrior. What the hell is her name? It's unbelievable how forgettable every single character is in these shows. Let me grab this real quick. There it is. Let's see. Well, this sucks because it's all the actors' pictures. So I don't. Okay, how about this? Girl boss future warrior. Let's just go with that. Girl boss future warrior. Which I watched the first 6 minutes, which is her running from a Terminator with no context. You don't know who she is. You don't know her name. I still don't. I've watched 4 episodes. I don't know her name. And she's in the future fighting the war. Okay, great. She's sent back in time to do something. I say do something because I don't know. I don't know what her mission is, and I'll get to why in a second. The second storyline is this scientist, Lee, his family. He has 3 kids, 2 boys, 1 girl, and he has a nanny. And it clearly he's having, this is kind of mixing too. Well, there's essentially one storyline is sort of his kids, but in the beginning it's sort of about him and his kids. So he is a scientist working on AI. He's building a supercomputer. He's been having dreams about Judgment Day. Like, literally, he has premonitions of Judgment Day. How? Why? Not explained. Not explained yet. He just can foresee the future. Now, will they explain it in the next 4 episodes? Maybe. But it's really annoying, because there's a lot of mumbo-jumbo in this show. And it stacks up pretty quick. And it's like, okay, visions? That's not really a Terminator thing. Like, vision, like premonitions is not a... there has to be a reason, a scientific reason why he's having these visions, and it's frustrating as a viewer to just have to buy into so much with like so little backup of that storyline. Anyway, so he's super anxious. He doesn't allow robots in his house. Now they kind of are doing an alternate 1997 where there are walking, talking robots, and they're, like, working as clerks in stores, and it's like, of course, we have to have the obligatory scenes where humans are bigoted and abusive towards them, and I'm like, geez, I've never seen that before. It's like, okay, fine. Then he goes to work, and he's clearly an absentee father. It's the anniversary of his wife's death, and his daughter wants to go to some place to commemorate her memory. They don't say what it is. There's way too much mystery in this show. They constantly introduce things without explaining what it is. So, like, Dad, we have to go. It's that day. And he's like, no, we're not going. And it's 3 episodes later, we find out she wants to go to the park. And it's like, did you really have... Was it really suspenseful to withhold that information? It just makes me as the viewer confused. I don't know what these characters are on about half the time. But anyway, no, I've got to go to work. It's super important. So he's got to go to work to prevent the end of the world. How's he going to do that? Well, he's invented an AI. This is storyline number 3, the somewhat interesting one. He's got to go to work, and he's got to make a decision about whether he's going to turn on his newfangled AI, Konoko, to stop Skynet. So right now, Konoko is in a box and has no connection to the internet or the wider world. And once he turns her online, she can theoretically stop Skynet from launching the nuclear strikes, which lead to Judgment Day. And it literally is the day before Judgment Day. Okay. You're really pushing it, show. Like, you are really pushing it, because how am I supposed to buy into this? How does he know that? How does he know that? That's not a trivial matter. How does he just magically know that it's Judgment Day? It really kills the tension in the show, because I'm like, I don't understand how he's... Anyway, fine, I'll just go with it. But then everything is built on this premise that he knows somehow that Judgment Day is going to happen. He works for this company that's building this AI, and apparently the entire staff of this AI company just allow this guy to go sit in a room with an AI and talk to her for 4 episodes. And he's like, don't disturb me. He hangs a little do not disturb sign on his, AI room where there's like a holographic projector, and he just sits in there discussing philosophical matters while the clock is ticking down to Judgment Day, which he knows, by the way. He knows it's about to happen. He knows the minute it's going to happen. And nobody bothers him. Nobody interrupts him. And I'm thinking, well, who's running this company? Like, what does the company want? Doesn't the company have a stake in this? Aren't they curious what the designer of their AI is doing in there all day? Like, they don't ask any questions. And he kind of vacillates between caring about his children and wanting to give them a future and not giving a shit about his children, and they're not important, to everything's about the children. We have to save the children, to screw the children. This is more important than that. This is the future of humanity. I'm like, do you care about your children or not, sir? It's confusing. So again, we have cringe characters. So the short of the long is, Lee is sitting in this room trying to convince this AI to save humanity, and he wants to turn her on, but he's afraid that if he does, she'll just decide we deserve to die, and she'll become our enemy too. And he basically asks her point blank. He's like, how do I know that if I turn you on and set you loose, you'll stop Skynet, but you won't enslave us or destroy us? And she kind of doesn't really answer the question. She goes into she answers with a bunch of other philosophical questions, which aren't that interesting. And it basically boils down to she asks him, how is humanity worth saving? What has humanity ever done for this planet that's good? And I kind of rolled my eyes, because I'm like, it frustrates me that the moral position of this show is already that humans are awful and worthless. And I can back that up, because his only answer to this is we can change. So he's basically saying, like, yes, we're a terrible species. And she makes some interesting arguments. She points out that, like, every scientific development, every creation you've ever made, you've always mutated into a form of weapon. You've always turned everything into warfare and weapons. And therefore, you've even turned science into weapons that can annihilate the entire Earth. So maybe, and this is actually one of the more interesting parts, she says, maybe you don't understand Skynet's motivation, because now this part was kind of hooking me in a little bit. And this is when I'm like, okay, I'm kind of intrigued here. She says, you think Skynet wants to destroy you and that that's its motivation, but you've never stopped to consider why, because all you care about is your own survival. If you step out of that for a second, ask yourself, why does Skynet want to destroy humanity? And he's like, because it wants to be the only sentient organism on Earth. And she says, okay, sure, maybe. Why? Why does it want to be the only sentient organism on Earth? And he's like, I don't know. And she says, have you considered? And then she goes into the long explanation that you humans always create war. You destroy this planet. And she postulates, the AI Konoko postulates, that Skynet is actually simply viewing humanity as a problem for planet Earth and simply wants to fix the problem. That it's not actually a malevolent megalomaniac AI that just wants control of everything. It just has diagnosed the problem on the planet is us, and it's going to fix it. And I'm like, oh, that's bleak. I mean, it's fine for the AI to make this conclusion. And I'm thinking, okay, well, that's a pickle. This is like episode 1, right? For 3 more episodes, this stupid conversation continues to go in circles and in circles and in circles. And I'm like, dude, you are literally sitting here whiling away the hours before humanity's fall, and you're not even really he never like if this were a Star Trek episode with Captain Picard perfect example, encounter at Farpoint. Star Trek The Next Generation. Q, this godlike being, puts humanity on trial in exactly the same way that this AI is putting humanity on trial and says, how can you answer for all of your sins and warlike nature? And Captain Picard gives these amazing, powerful defenses of humanity, and it goes back and forth for an episode. And the series finale kind of puts a bookend on that whole thing. It's like, he answers, he argues, he says, these are the things we've done well. This is why we're worth saving. In this show, Terminator Zero, the guy just kind of goes, And they just flip to the next scene, and then they come back to the scene, and he's like, Konoko, will you save us? He's asked her 5 times, and she's like, every single time she says something kind of sinister and scary. And he just says it again. Konoko, will you save us? You haven't given me a reason yet. You haven't given me a reason that humanity can be saved. We can change. And then she's like, prove to me you can change. And I'm thinking, well, that's not possible. You can't prove that. But he's like, I'll prove it to you. I'll show you something that proves it to you. And I'm like, and then they flip to the next scene, and they come back to the scene, and it's awful. It's awful. So the other storyline is the kids are running around town in Tokyo chasing an electronic cat that they're not supposed to have, and a Terminator's on their trail that has been... And so a Terminator is sent back in time to do something. Again, I don't know what the Terminator's supposed to be doing. I don't know. So this is the worst part of the whole show. The Terminator is sent back in time to do something, and a warrior, a human warrior from the Resistance, is sent back in time to do something. Now, there's a couple of possibilities here. The Terminator has come back in time to kill Dr. Lee, that has created this AI, because that AI is a threat to Skynet. Possible. The problem is, the show seems conflicted about it, because... Well, I'll get to that. So the Terminator might be coming to kill Dr. Lee, but then it starts pursuing his kids to get to him, like basically to hold his kids hostage to lure him out, because Dr. Lee cares so much about his kids. Okay, well, that means its mission must be to kill Dr. Lee. But that's not clear, because the warrior that they send back in time is... I assumed she was supposed to protect Dr. Lee, because that's her first action. She protects Dr. Lee, but then she gets his nanny. She gets his nanny, and because he runs off back to the lab after the Terminator ambushes him, and Girl Boss Warrior saves him. In the chaos, Dr. Lee goes back to his lab, considering the fact that a Terminator has come back to kill him as proof that his AI will save humanity. And I'm thinking, oh, good. So he'll go turn on the AI. No, he doesn't. He goes back to his lab, secure in the idea that his AI will save humanity, goes straight back to his lab, and instead of turning on the AI to save humanity, he says, Konoko, will you save humanity? And she's like, you still haven't answered my question, Doctor. Why should humanity be saved? Aww. I'm like, what? What is the point of this? I don't understand this. Meanwhile, Girl Boss Warrior gets his nanny and is like, where is Dr. Lee gone? Where is Dr. Lee? I've got to get to him. And I think, to protect him, right? Of course. And she says, what are you doing? And he's like, he's going to destroy the world. Wait, what? What? No, wait, this doesn't make any sense. She's like, don't you know? He's built an AI that's going to destroy the world. He's going to destroy everything. He's the reason all this happens. Aping Sarah Connor, with Dyson, And I'm thinking to myself, so, wait a minute. So the Terminator has come back in time to assassinate Dr. Lee, and the Warrior also identifies Dr. Lee as a threat to humanity for having created the AI that's going to make all of this happen. Wait, then doesn't that mean that the Terminator should actually be an ally of Dr. Lee? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And then she's like, I got to get to him. And I've got to stop him. I've got to stop him from turning on the AI. And I'm like, that's a very confusing mission parameter, because I thought you were sent to stop the Terminator that's after him, which makes no sense at all. But the Terminator can't locate Dr. Lee. So what does it do? Actually, no, it's not even that. It's not even that. The Terminator goes to the lab, analyzes all of the security measures and decides that the security measures, because there's some EMP devices, are too tight at the lab where Dr. Lee is. So the Terminator can't go into the lab to get Dr. Lee. So it's got to lure him out of the lab to kill him. So what it does is it goes and pursues his children to try and take them hostage. The minute that Girl Boss Warrior finds out about this, she immediately becomes obsessed with protecting the kids. We gotta save the kids. And her entire storyline becomes chasing these kids. It is so insanely boring, I can't even describe it to you. But more importantly than that, why? Why? Dr. Lee is the enemy who is going to turn on an AI that's going to destroy humanity. Why do you care about saving his kids? They're not actually... That doesn't make any sense at all. Whether you're trying to protect Lee or not, this is off mission. So this plot is a complete mess. It is an absolute mess, folks. And I do not know what... I do not know what her mission is. I do not know what the Terminator's mission is. And I honest to God, don't even know what the point of this show is. I don't know why it was written. And it does, it lifts and plagiarizes a lot of phrases and themes. When I say, I basically mean like there is no fate, for example. They constantly say that. There is no fate. And I literally was like, don't you dare say, but what we make. If you say there is no fate, but what we make, I'm going to lose my shit. And fortunately, there was just enough restraint on the part of these plagiarists to have it just be the first half of the line. There is no fate. I'm like, okay, fine. Fine. They had to rewrite the "come with me if you want to live." There's a scene where the little girl is saved from the Terminator after the Terminator's dropped down an elevator shaft, and Girl Boss says to the little girl, you can stay here or you can stay here and die, or you can come with me. It's your choice. And I'm like, this is a non-character, because one minute she is kind of threatening and nasty to people. The next minute she suddenly cares about protecting lives and humanity. One minute she's trying to disarm police officers so as not to harm them. The next minute she's running them off the road and killing them and saying, it doesn't matter. Humanity's at stake. So what if we kill a few? And I'm like, what is this character? She's just whatever the plot needs her to be at any given moment. And it's like, it's so bizarre that like every single one of these, it's the same thing over and over and over again. What was the last show? Acolyte. It's like Acolyte. It's like OSHA is whatever the plot wants her to be at a given moment. If it wants her to be like Master Soul's best friend and the Jedi's best friend, she is. If it wants her to suddenly want to force choke Master Soul to death, she's force choking Master Soul to death. She has no real personality. She has no real characterization at all. It's like the same thing with this Girl Boss. One minute, she cares about the kids and trying to be like compassionate and kind to them. The next minute, she's just bossing them around as if she doesn't understand the psychology of a child at all, right? And that's inconsistent. Because, when Reese was trying to explain to Sarah Connor what was going on, he was rough around the edges because he was so sheltered, having grown up in the life that he had. But he was trying to reach her as best he could. Like, he's like, listen to me. That thing is out there. It's hunting you, and it absolutely will not stop, right? That whole speech. And then when she asks him questions, he tries to explain the future as best he can. He's like, look, I'm not a scientist. I don't know how the thing works. I just know that, we smashed its supercomputer. I just know that their program, he kind of gives her the best answers that he can, right? Because he's just a soldier. But he still frames it in a way, that is trying to reach her. This character doesn't do any of that. And my point is, why would you select someone like this for such an important mission if she's apparently doesn't understand how to talk to anyone? Because she doesn't explain anything. They say, who are you? What do you want? And she just sticks a gun in their face and says, give me answers. Where is Dr. Lee? Great plan. And the physics is ridiculous. Literally, they arm wrestle, they judo fight with these Terminators. When the Terminator is fighting anyone that's an NPC that doesn't matter, he just crushes them efficiently. He runs, he moves quickly. Dude, Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot to mention this. They flat out lifted the cop the police station massacre in the first Terminator, lifted it. Lifted it. The kids wind up at the police station and it plays out exactly the same way. The Terminator shows up at the police. They even have the obligatory detective sitting with the nanny being like, oh, well, don't worry, you're safe here. You know, we're going to take care of you, just like in the first movie. Oh, you're in a building full of cops, nothing to worry about. Terminator shows up. It's lethal. It's deadly efficient until it gets a hold of the girl boss, and then it's like slow, clunky. It'll punch her, and she'll be on the ground, and instead of going for the kill shot like it would do with any NPC, it instead decides to spare her so that she can get up and fight it again, and then it turns around and starts slowly walking toward the kids. And I'm like, it runs. There's another scene where it runs. When it's chasing an NPC, it runs, right? There is one scene where it's chasing one of the boys and it runs. But the kids were not really in any danger in that scene. When the kids are in danger, it walks very carefully and slowly. So I'm like, I don't... This is like The Walking Dead to me. How do you escape a zombie in The Walking Dead? You walk faster. You walk faster. I don't like having to report this to you, chat. I'm going to, the funny thing was Terminator Zero, first episode, I'm thinking maybe there's some potential here. I'm thinking like maybe we're at about a 6 out of 10. This is like a 2. This is like a 2. 2 out of 10. I hate this show. Why is this show? I'm tired of asking this question. I'm tired of asking this question. Like, why did we get an alien Romulus? Why did we make this? If you were just going to replay all of the best scenes from Alien 1, Alien 2, Alien 3, and Alien Resurrection, if you were just going to replay all those things and just smash them all together and have characters with no connection to characters in the original films say the lines those characters said, such as "get away from her, bitch," then what was the point of it? I'm saying to the creatives, the directors, the writers, don't you want to do something original? Don't you want your art to speak for itself? Why? I don't understand why. Why do you want... There were moments in this film that were really... I'm talking of Alien Romulus. And then it's like the Acolyte. They basically repurpose all the things in other Star Wars properties. The Mandalorian, same thing. Like, don't you want to do something new? Don't you want to do something interesting and original? It's like, say what you want about Andor, but at least it's original. At least it's reaching for something we haven't seen in the Star Wars universe before. So it puzzles me that these creatives just want to create cover bands of better films. And I don't think that this is the white pill that I will offer you. I don't think that audiences want this. I think that audiences, by and large, still want originality. And I think that films like Deadpool and Wolverine, Top Gun Maverick, Godzilla -1, hail Godzilla -1. I love every one of these shit festivals that I watch. Just makes me love Godzilla -1 that much more for its originality and uniqueness and just beauty. And what was the other film I was thinking of? The John Wick series. It's the John Wick series. It's original. It's interesting. It's like, but why is it that, there's so few? There's so few. Anyway. I just don't understand why, as a writer, you would be interested in you will never catch Christopher Nolan doing this. You will never catch a Christopher Nolan or a Denis Villeneuve or a Quentin Tarantino. You will never catch them doing crap like this. Just like, oh, I'm just going to do a replay of all the greatest hits. Like, Nolan is not going to do a fourth Batman film where he just apes a bunch of the lines you heard in the first Dark Knight trilogy. He's not going to do that. Why? Because he would be bored. Because he would be bored. It would be pointless to a great creative like that. So I just don't understand. I just don't understand why these creatives don't want to create something new, something fun, something original, something we've never seen before. The Forwarder Belt says the narrative of the first Terminator film is self-contained. Even Terminator 2, as great as it is, has to retcon it a bit. True. I would say that I'm not against retconning, meaning... I mean, I guess the strictest definition of retcon is you are, through new events introduced in the story, you are changing the meaning of events in the first story. I don't know that I feel Terminator 2 actually does that. I do think it adds, and I don't think all retcons are bad. I think some Aliens retcons the first Alien film, and there are some, such as, like, I think Razorfist hates Aliens for that reason. Like, I have friends that don't like the second Aliens film because the introduction of the Queen laying eggs is, in many fans' consideration, a retcon of the creature. But I'm not against retcons if they're done well, and in the right context. I think if you are adding to the lore, if you are answering questions that were not answered in the original film, I think that if you're showing us something new, showing us a new angle, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, right? I think there's a difference between what they do with shows like The Acolyte. They're just rewriting. That's the bad kind of retcon, where they're just rewriting the meaning of the Force. They're just rewriting what the Jedi are, right? That really is the travesty of The Acolyte. It simply rewrites the morality of Star Wars. Again, I am not against a kind of darker look at maybe some corruption in the Jedi Order and kind of a different look into the Star Wars universe. I'm fine with that. But this flat out rewrote the morality of the Star Wars universe. And that's the bad kind of retcon, right? So I hear what you're saying, Foreigner Belt. I don't totally disagree with you, and but I will say that the idea here's why Terminator 2 is original in a way that really all of its successors are not. And what I would say is there was more ground to cover, because after this poor helpless waitress survived this harrowing ordeal of a killer bot from the future and a warrior that she fell in love with, saving her life. That's a lot, man. That's a lot to go through in a single night. That begged the question, like, what is her life after that? That's actually, I find that to be a really great question. Like, what is her life after that? And may I just say, as if it needs to be said, James Cameron's answer to that question was probably the most brilliant answer we could have ever gotten. So, a captain salute. Seriously. Very few sequels in history arrived at, like, the best possible. Like, I cannot envision a more fascinating, original, and interesting answer to that question of what is Sarah Connor's life after Terminator, and the idea of her becoming this self-taught warrior obsessed with preventing Judgment Day. Her son is estranged from her. He's basically become an orphan because of her almost apparently psychotic behavior, but which turns out to be, it is kind of psychotic, but it's with a good reason, right? That's a really good, man. That's so good. That is as close to a perfect film. Now, Terminator 3, now that goes kind of off the rails, and there's not really much new to say. It's definitely not the worst of the sequels after Terminator 2, but I don't think it had a lot. There was, it went awry in a lot of areas. Obviously, we know that Terminator Genesis is the worst. Terminator Genesis is the worst abomination in the Terminator franchise ever, and it's not even close. It was what a cluster frack that movie is. I should just do a whole video on how stupid and insane and awful Terminator Genesis is. Terminator Dark Fate, almost as bad, but it's not even close. I don't think Terminator Dark Fate is nearly as bad as Genesis. And then what was the other one? Terminator Salvation. I would say Terminator Salvation is the most original sequel after Terminator 2. I will give it credit for that. It was that was the only sequel after Terminator 2 that I think had something new to say, which is, okay, forget about time travel for now. How about we just go forward in the future and see how the real John Connor lives out this war? And I was here for that. I was like, that's a great idea. I'm fascinated by that question. Unfortunately, for reasons I've discussed on previous streams, that film is a failure. It's a total failure. It's boring. John Connor is completely lost in that story. He's barely even present as a character. It's a crime. It's an absolute crime because they had Christian Bale playing him, which was inspired. That was inspired. I was so excited for that. Also, Terminator Zero suffers from the same problem with that film. Why are there no laser guns in the future? Literally, the resistance in the future of Terminator Zero, they are using 20th century projectile weapons that bounce off the Terminator and do nothing. And yet they still shoot at him. Why? It's so stupid. Even Battlestar Galactica was able to show how the Cylon toasters could be defeated with small arms. With difficulty, but they could be defeated with small arms because presumably the arms race had caught up to their armor. I don't understand this. It was established in the first two films they have ray guns in the future. Give me ray guns! I don't understand why they won't give me ray guns. I want ray guns. Foreigner belt. I need them. What else? What else is in the chat? Skunk's Workshop said, LOL, my son heard your rant earlier because it was really loud. Okay, I'm sorry. If I need to dial it back, let me know, chat. You let me know. I am here to serve you. This show is to entertain you. I get animated, but I don't want to I don't want to overdo it on the mic. So you guys let me know, seriously. But anyway, Skunk's Workshop says your rant. Your son heard it earlier because it was really loud. That we have humans headbutting Terminators, and he goes, "Who is that? I'm gonna sub. He's 15. There is hope for the next gen." I'm gonna have to be more responsible. If your son's gonna subscribe, I gotta dial it back on the bad words. Okay, so. That's funny, though. Captain salute to your son there. Headbutt. I mean, to be fair, did she actually headbutt a She headbutted a cop, it was so girl boss. It was look, there's a couple of moments in the show where her moves are acceptable. That sounds whatever. I don't give a shit. Her moves are plausible, is what I mean. They're plausible for a well-trained female soldier of the future, disarming some police with some good martial arts. That's all fine. But yeah, there's one scene where she headbutts a cop, and she's been beat up by a Terminator. But no, literally, she is judo wrestling with a Terminator. She does, I don't know what you would call this move, but it's like the move where you try and kick someone's, like their knee out from under them, you know? She does that to the Terminator. What? That's not possible. So you're going to start another rant. That is funny. Agree, Fu Man Blue. God bless you, Skunk's Workshop. God bless you and yours. God bless us, everyone. One of the greatest lines in all fiction. Stavjere, that was Tiny Tim, if you don't know. Stavjere says, I rewatched Battlestar 1978 as a way to actually enjoy entertainment, rather than wanting to watch the current Drek and wanting to stick my head in a bucket until the bubble stuff come out. Jeez. Star Fury. I don't even know. I can't read the rest of that. In Minecraft, YouTube is what it's a joke. He's not serious, folks. That's so funny. Until the bubbles stop coming. Oh. Star Fury, you're a hoot. He's out there, folks. He's out there. I will say this, Star Fury. I will say that there is an excellent show, and we'll probably get into it a little bit later. I have a lot in the stack of stuff that I got to get to, but maybe we'll talk about this too. I'm going to do a video on it. I know. I'm trying. I got to catch up on some things. There will be videos, I swear to God. But by hand to God, It's one of my favorite Walter White moments in the whole Breaking Bad series when he's like, my hand to God, I am a car wash owner. That is all I am. So good. Anyway, my hand to God. There will be videos, I promise. But The Terror on Netflix. Hat tip Fu Man Blue for alerting me to this. I read the novel it's based on years ago. Could not put it down in the most literal sense of that phrase. Like, literally, if I had a free second to read, that book was in my hand and I'm glued to it. It's called The Terror. It's a fantastic book. It's kind of... So it's based on a real-life historical event, which was there were these two ships in 1845 from the British Empire that they were sailing north of Canada, looking for the Northwest Passage. This is a true history, and they vanished. And they were called Terror and Erebus. They vanished without a trace, and we don't know what happened to them. The novel explores the question of what actually happened to them when they were locked in the ice for years, and tells the story with a supernatural element introduced. And it's basically a monster in the house story. One of the best I've ever read. It's incredible. The book is a masterpiece. It's an absolute masterpiece. Now, the TV show is on Netflix. It's got Jared Harris. It's got a whole host of actors that you'll know from Game of Thrones. Dude, Grandma... Who's the guy in Rings of Power that looks like Grandma? Grandma Brimbor or something? I forget. He's in it, but he's good in this because he plays an Irish officer. I think he's Irish. He plays an officer in one of the ships. He's good. It is a marvelous adaptation of the book. So, and it is bone-chilling. It is creepy. The monster is well done. It's really well done in how they had just the right amount of like tricks of the light to so you can't quite see it. You know, it's got that creepy factor like the first Alien film had. It's really good. And it's just kind of like a survival story wrapped in a monster story. And it's fantastic. So what I would say, Star Fury, is go watch that. It's really good. It's 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. It's an absolutely marvelous series, and I owe it some praise on this channel. It came out years ago, but it's back on Netflix, or it's been newly introduced to Netflix. Also, the novel is an 11 out of 10. Novel's an 11 out of 10. It's one of the best books I've ever read. Truly. And by the way, one of the most original stories I have ever read. Because I don't know about you, but when I set out to read, watch, or write, I am in pursuit of originality. That is the proper role of an explorer. Redoubt Productions is in the chat, a historical man, a historian. Subscribe to his channel. He says, may the Terminator franchise just rest in peace. Amen. Mr. Producer, if you would, sir. I can't take it anymore, Redoubt. Why do they... Can the Alien franchise just rest in peace? Can the Predator franchise just rest in peace? Can the Alien versus Predator franchise rest in peace? Can the Indiana Jones franchise rest in peace? Can the Doctor Who franchise rest in peace? Can the Star Wars franchise rest in peace? Can the Star Trek universe rest in peace? Can the Willow universe rest in peace? Can the Wheel of Time series rest in peace? Can The Witcher rest in peace? Can Warhammer be left alone? Can Dungeons & Dragons be left alone? The answer, my dear friend, is no. Joseph Ritchie says, Captain, how much money does a movie make from box office? I've been told budget times 2.5 or 3, box office revenue minus 2.5 to 3 times budget. I've always believed it was box office minus 2 times budget. You have absolutely crashed the Captain's organic computer here. Let's see, that's 2.5 or 3, minus 2.5 to 3, minus 2, carry the 1. I have no idea. I'm just kidding. I'm not like the expert at this. Chris Gore of Film Threat is better. Like, definitely subscribe to Film Threat. I think you already are. I suspect you are. But if you're not, subscribe. Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, is very good at this. RK Outpost. I would also say, who else? Oh, Valiant Renegade. Valiant Renegade is really good at breaking down the numbers. So those are 3 channels. I'm not trying to send you away. Stay here, please. Don't leave me. But what I would say is those I would consider those YouTubers much better at this analysis. However, I am brushing up, and I've learned a lot. And what I would say is my understanding basically goes something like this. Domestically, the amount of money that a box office take goes to the house is about something like 50%, I think. So in other words, if a movie ticket is $10, the movie theater companies are getting like $5, right? So then the $5 additional revenue goes back to the studios. Also abroad, it depends on the country, because I think in China, I think they only get like a third of the box office take. So it depends on the rules of the country. So it's not the same across the board. So roughly, what you have to assume when a movie says, "Oh, Deadpool and Wolverine got $1.1 billion," well, that's revenue, right? That's not net profit. So you have to assume that a lot of that money went to the theaters. It went to the venues. A lot of that money went into a lot of the budget of the film. Was also, you had the budget of the film, but you also had marketing, so that makes it more difficult. So for example, if a film like Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness says our budget was $300 million to make the film, that's not the real budget, because that means they had to have probably spent $200 million on marketing. They do spend that much on marketing. It's crazy. So you got to figure that the only way they can get a return on their investment is to make $1 billion, because they've also got to pay the venues. So they have to basically get 4 times the budget of the film just to, break even or better, right? Which is why having restrained, budgets is such a godsend, because like Godzilla -1, $15 million budget, less than that according to Takashi Yamazaki, and it's like it made something like what was the final box office on that? Box office take Godzilla -1. One of the greatest films of all time. I've been thinking about it so much lately. I can't even tell you how much I've been thinking about it, watching, because I keep thinking about this question of like, don't you want to do something original? And it makes me think about that movie. It's the most original thing I've seen in like probably 5 years, to be quite honest. Dune and Oppenheimer also come to mind, but 115.8 million total worldwide, okay? So yeah, it basically made 6 times its money in terms of its raw budget. I don't think they probably spent a heck of a lot of money on marketing, but yeah, you can add to that. So it probably did about 3 to 4 times its investment, which is a pretty amazing return. Now, 115 million is not a lot of money when you stack that up with Deadpool and Wolverine. But that is a smash success for a small budget foreign language film like Godzilla -1. And it's like, so I guess what I'm saying is, I think that the idea that an artist is at his or her best when she has unlimited funds and can make whatever her heart desires, I think that does not the best art make. I think that is actually when she must overcome limitations that she is pressed to make the best art possible. So that is my personal view. I think that limitations are part of what makes art remarkable and great, because it makes you strive, it makes you look for clever solutions, and that's partly why volume and CGI is so terrible. In fact, I have this bookmark for this exact point of discussion. If I could beg your indulgence, my dear sailors and starnauts, I have got to play this for you. Dude, folks, I almost came to tears myself when I watched this, and you'll understand why when I show you. Playlists, stack of stuff, there it is. Oh, I've got Grizzy shills for you folks. If you're good, chat. If you're good, we might do Grizzy shills. But let's see here. Tell me I saved this. Tell me I saved this. Screw it. I can find it. Hang on. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I think I got it. Here it is. Okay, I got it. Share screen. Folks, this came across my feed. I could not believe this. This is Ian McKellen on the set of The Hobbit.
Filming the bag end scenes in The Hobbit was something of a struggle for Ian McKellen in particular, because the new system they used in The Hobbit forced them to have two different sets. This meant that Ian never actually acted against the other actors, other than in rehearsals. He had to listen to audio cues for his lines, look at these little signs to pretend that the characters were there, and for someone who's used to traditional acting, this was a huge struggle for him the first couple of days, even to the point where in the beginning he almost didn't want to do the movie at all.
The task I have in mind will require a great deal.
Folks.
I got absolutely miserable and had a little cry to myself.
It was so distressing and off-putting and difficult that I thought, I don't want to make this film if this is what I'm going to have to do. It's not what I do for a living. I act with other people. I don't act on my own.
We felt sorry for him being just dumped in green screen land, and we wanted to make him feel a little bit better. We wanted to make him feel loved.
Filming the bag...
Folks. I literally almost start to tear up on that moment when he's like, this is not what I do. This is not what acting is. I work with people. Folks, is that not unbelievable? Like, when you see that, you see the anguish, and it's like, we are turned... I think this is a big factor in why we get so much garbage. It's like, I was literally talking to someone just yesterday, who was asking me, who is just a normie who loves great TV. We're talking about Seinfeld of all things. And he was asking me, like, I just don't understand how you get from a script, like words on paper of like George Costanza saying something funny, which, you know, reading it on paper, it probably isn't that funny. I kind of disagree, but for the sake of argument, his take on it was like, I don't think I could ever laugh reading a Seinfeld script. But then somehow they transform that into, you know, Kramer and Jerry and George and all their antics and a studio audience. And it's hilarious. It's one of the greatest comedy shows ever written. How do they do that was his question. And, you know, Captain Garrett stepped up. And, you know, I put on my Captain Garrett captain's cap. And I kind of let him into my thoughts on this. And I just said... Well, that's because art is collaborative. Art is a process. You know, actors add something to it. Editors add something to it. The energy of the studio audience. That's the old school way of doing comedy. There was a live studio audience. That energy of the audience added to the performance. And all those ingredients create imperfections and all. Are what result in that amazing show that you love so much. And it's not a science. There are structural elements to it, but it's not a perfect science. And when you turn all that into volume and green screen, it breaks my heart to look at Sir Ian McKellen sitting in that disgusting, hideous green room with no other actors on the set, having to act with passion. And it's like, listen, I understand part of the job as an actor is to have some vision and imagination. I'm not denying that. But come on. It kills me to see that. I can't even tell you how much that breaks my heart. But I showed you that because it is a major reason why things like Borderlands are garbage. Borderlands is garbage. It's the best word to describe it. It is visual, auditory, gobbledygook, nonsense, boring garbage. Why am I here? Right? That's a big reason why. Because it's Cate Blanchett saying a bunch of wacky, snotty lines in a volume with nobody else around. And it's like, of course that's what it results in. It results in nonsense. Because you've got to be one hell of a talent to be able to take a bunch of disconnected performances in green screen and turn that into an action car chase. You know, why is Top Gun Maverick so good? Because they used real planes. Tom Cruise was really in that cockpit when those G's were hitting his body. Tom Cruise is really on that motorcycle in Mission Impossible when you're seeing those chases. Keanu Reeves is actually doing jujitsu when you're watching John Wick. It's a big reason why John Wick has the staying power it does, because they do real choreography. They do real sets. They do, yes, they use green screen. Of course they do. But, like, I'm telling you, that's the magic, because it's interaction. It's the energy of a performance. I'm not saying it isn't a tool that can have its place. But, folks, I hate volume. I hate it. I mostly hate CGI. My default attitude is CGI, get bent. It is the favorite tool of the lazy artist. It really is. I'm not saying it's not a valuable tool in the right context, but not in the hands of, like, Leslie Headland, who is a stupid human being. Stupid. Eats glue. Where was I? What Joseph says, ahoy, Overlord Redoubt. I like that. Foo. Joseph says, are you sure about that? I believe there was a demand for T2 because I wanted it, as did many people I know. And I would say this. I would love a great Alien movie. I would love a great Star Trek series. I would love a great Star Wars story. That's not the issue. The issue is there are corporate goons and stupid people running these properties, and they are greedy, selfish people. Like, Amanda Stenberg is out there claiming that a bunch of racist bigots are the reason Acolyte sucked. No, darling, the reason it sucked is because it sucked. Because it sucked. That's why. What a greedy, selfish person Amanda Stenberg is. Seriously. That greedy, selfish. Like, have some humility. Be a professional. Like, you know, honest to God, if Amanda Stenberg were serious about her craft, and she should be, she has an amazing opportunity to be doing the work that she does. If she were serious about her craft, she would be demanding answers from Leslie Headland. She would be demanding answers from her agent about why you put me in this. Or, even better, doing a little soul searching about how she might improve as an artist, how she might improve her craft as an actor. Because, folks, it leaves a little to be desired. It does. It's just like the shills. The shills are like, well, it's all the bigots are the reason Acolyte isn't a big success. It's like, you should be complaining, not about your fellow fans. You should be complaining about Leslie Headland. You want your sick ideology to be well represented? Oh, yes, we're going to get all white people out of everything. We're going to make everything about transmission allegories, and we're going to make everything about how evil and racist the Jedi are. And we're going to make everything about the patriarchy in Star Wars. Fine. But if you want people to like that story, should you not demand a talented, competent writer, director, showrunner to create it? Why don't you? Because the shills are as lazy as the dipshit creatives that make the crap they clap like seals for. Fuman Blue says, all I'm saying is I can forgive some retconning if the writer didn't know there would be a part 2 when he wrote a part 1, or in general to some extent. I love this discussion in the chat. I am like, keep it going, folks. Keep it going. Anthony says, I like to revisit Babylon 5 once in a while. I do too. And let me rephrase that. I need to, because I haven't actually seen it all the way through. I watched the first couple episodes, so I need to get back on that and continue watching it, because it's one that I missed because I was a Star Trek snob when it was airing, and I was like, Star Trek is better. And you know, funny how time changes your perspective on things. Yeah, so just sifting through the chat. Let's see. There is a lot of Terminator discussion in the chat, which is fantastic. Fantastic. Joseph says, Star Wars news. Don't know if any of you have heard, but guess what actor's going to be in the Mando movie? Don't make me guess, Joseph. Don't make the captain work for it. Let me know. Star Fury says, please do a review of the Sonic 3 trailer. Like right now? Yeah, Star Fury. I will do that for you. Coming right up. The captain is a servant leader. Okay, well, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. I'm gonna pull up the Sonic 3 trailer. Joseph says they wanted Keanu Reeves, and he said no, but they convinced Sigourney. I guess they gave her Fortnite for what? I missed something in the chat. I'm kind of skimming. I'm skimming chat, so forgive me if I missed crucial context there. Wrangler says Highlander 2, perfect example of a retcon gone wrong. Star Fury says, why would the Queen be a retcon? The original show, the facehuggers come out of eggs. Hence, you need something to lay said eggs. Well, you make a point. You've got me there, I guess. Yeah, well, let's... What is the official definition of a retcon? Hang on. Retcon. Noun. In a film, television series, or other fictional work, a piece of new information that imposes a different interpretation on previously described events, typically used to facilitate a dramatic plot shift or account for an inconsistency. So actually, a really good example of this is how Rogue One, they explained why there was a fatal flaw in the Death Star as the scientist who was kind of secretly, he was quietly resisting the Empire. He deliberately planted that thermal exhaust port in the Death Star to give the rebellion a chance, right? Which I thought was a very cool retcon, but that is basically to facilitate, to account for an inconsistency in the original work. The inconsistency being, how could the Empire have made such a silly oversight? Which before would have been accounted by arrogance, right? And, you know, just an example, whether you like that one or not. But it can also be a piece of new information that imposes a different interpretation on previously described events. So I think that kind of meets the definition of a retcon, because yes, there are eggs in the first Alien film, and where did those eggs come from? But to then say, well, it comes from a queen that is the head of the... That is what creates the idea of there's a hive. That does impose a new interpretation, because there could have been something... For all we know, in the first Alien film, that creature is what lays the eggs. It could just be that each creature lays the eggs. It wasn't established that there had to be a queen or that the queen had a hive. So I think you could argue that that is a retcon of one interpretation of the original film. Now, is it a good retcon or not? I would, and trust me, there are people on the internet that argue it is a terrible retcon to envision the aliens as a hive, like a beehive. That's basically what James Cameron did. He basically said they're organized like a beehive, right? I would say Ridley Scott does not see them that way, because Prometheus and Alien Covenant clearly does not see them that way. It does not envision them as having a queen bee. So you could argue there's plenty of people that don't like that retcon, that the aliens are a hive. I personally think it works great. I think it's a great expansion of the lore, and I like that retcon. But I would say part of the reason why it works so well in the context of Aliens is that it's tied in with the mother arc of Sigourney Weaver's Ellen Ripley. By the way, always watch the director's cut of Aliens, because in the director's cut there's an early scene which is, I think, crucial to the setup of the film, in which Ripley finds out that in the 50 years she's been drifting alone in space, her daughter grew up, had a family, and passed away. And so Ripley is left with feeling that, you know, her daughter, who was a child, or at least young when she left, has died while she was asleep in hyperspace, which horrifies her, and it's this loss. It's this loss that she begins the film with. And there's nothing for her to go home to. She's lost her daughter. That's brilliant, because what does she find when she gets to the colony? She finds this little girl, Newt, who has been orphaned by the aliens and has basically been surviving, who becomes her surrogate daughter. And then it gives, as Paul Chato frequently observes, this is where strong women really shine in films, is in the mother bear, the protective mother role. They as a powerful, intimidating role, that's what they're best at. That's when they really shine, right? The mother bear, which is what Ripley becomes in Aliens, because she's protective of Newt, which is also compensating for that wound from losing her own daughter, which then sets up the alien queen, also a mother, as her direct nemesis. Folks, brilliant storytelling. Like, that is first class, world class, excellent character storytelling. Like, it's so good. Like, that's what the director's cut is better in Alien. So that's why the queen works so particularly well in that second film, because she is also an antagonist mother to Ripley's mother figure, right? So, God, that's so brilliant. I love that movie so much. It's my favorite Alien film. It is, the second one. For that exact reason. I love Ripley's arc in that film. I was even thinking the other day about the scene where, because she's a civilian, right? I love the scene where Hicks is kind of explaining how the gun works, and he's like, well, maybe that's too much for now. And she's like, I can handle myself. And he's like, I've noticed. And I was like, that's such a great line. And I love they're kind of flirting, which is fantastic. And then she's like, show me everything. And he's like, all right. And I was like, that's such a great character building moment for both Michael Bihn's character and Sigourney Weaver's character. So there you go. Let's see here. Starfiere says, arrogance works. Look at the history. The Titanic was supposedly unsinkable, but they didn't take into account shearing forces on the rivets holding the plates in place. Well, I totally agree. I think there's examples of where it's lazy and stupid, such as in The Last Jedi. Just check out Mahler's breakdown of The Last Jedi if you want more detail on that. But he kind of explains how it's a lazy tool in The Last Jedi. But I actually find it perfectly, it perfectly works in A New Hope, because fascist or totalitarian or communist empires, authoritarian empires it is kind of their fatal flaw. They are very arrogant. And you can find examples of this in World War II. You can find examples of arrogance being the downfall of the mustache man. And there's plenty of individual examples of it. The idea that, like, our technology is too good. It's too powerful. Our tactic is ironclad. And it's like, until it isn't. Until America and the UK arrive and kick the Nazis right down that shithole they came out of. Goddamn right. That's how Dad did it. That's how America does it. And it's worked pretty well so far. Let's see. Foreigner Belt says, I prefer the theatrical version of Aliens. I know that's unpopular, but I think it works better as an action film. I mean, in terms of pacing, I would say you're probably right. I think it's a better runtime for the film. But I strongly disagree because of that one piece. Just that one scene where she's informed that she's lost her daughter. I just think as a story structure matter, that is a crucial, I mean flat out crucial piece of Ripley's setup for her character arc in the story, because it just, does the film work without it? Yes, it works without it. But it adds so much more value and weight to Ripley's story with Newt, and her rivalry with the Queen. I'm saying from soup to nuts, it's important because it ratchets up the emotional drama of this nemesis of the alien queen that she faces at the end. So much to know that this all kind of started with the loss of her daughter. And she is inflicting that same loss on the alien queen, which is what makes it so brilliant. She's incinerating her eggs, right? That's like, she is directly, she's like, I'm gonna kill your babies, bitch. It's like, she's going to town. It's, I mean, so damn, that's a great, protagonist-antagonist relationship. And it is so powerfully, mightily helped by that piece of setup. I just think it is, because you could argue that the entire reason that Ripley agrees to join the expedition is the loss of her daughter in the director's cut, I think. Because in the original film, she says no to Paul Reiser's character. His name in the, what's his name? Burke, that's right, Burke. She says no to Burke at first because I ain't going back. Hell no, you couldn't pay me to go back and see those things. She hears that she thinks about it, she has a bad dream about her experience, and then she realizes, I can't let these poor colonists die this way. And, which is good, that's a nice reason. I personally think that in the director's cut, it establishes the loss of her daughter was a big factor. It's like she didn't have anything to go home to, and she's thinking about other people losing their children to these things. And she's thinking, I don't have a daughter to go back to. I might as well help these people, avoid the fate I suffered. And I think that's, so all of that is why I think the director's cut's better. Believe me, the director's cut is not always better. It is awful in Alien 3, which, I hate Alien 3, but the director's cut is, holy shit, that's a whole new level of punishing. So there you go. Also, I can't believe I'm saying the director's cut of Rebel Moon. Oh my God, 4 hours apiece. That's 8 hours. That's 8 hours of Zack Snyder masturbating himself as a creator. I'm sorry. There are young people in the audience now. The captain must be more respectful. But I would say it's a PG-13 show, so Yeah, no, he is just. You get my point. Commie Killer says, please, Master, get me out of a timeout. What are you talking about, Master? What? All right, well, welcome aboard. That's, thanks for the comment. Joseph Ritchie says, ahoy, Commie. Let's see, where is... Thank you. Well, different folks, different strokes. Well, Starfury, if he is spamming the chat, you have the wrench. You're empowered to do what you must do. If he's spamming the chat, you can get him out of here. So, let's see here. I trust the judgment of my officers. If they're just giving the captain shit, that's fine. I use the D-Day Cobra model. You can say whatever you want in the chat, but if you're being a spammer, you're out of here. You're out of here. Or if you're posting suspicious links, you're out of here. Yeah, if it's like suspicious links, yeah, permaban. Joseph says, Star, cleave him to the brisket. Star Fury says, I made it 30 minutes, but if he turns up again, 24 hours for him. Star Fury is just... That's right, Commie Killer. Star Fury's out there. He's out there. You just better behave yourself. You just better learn your lesson. Yes. Very good, sir. Carry on. Fu Man Blue says, I guess having her find out about a daughter we didn't know she had turns out to be the launching point of her arc in that story. True, we didn't know she had a daughter in the first film. It is a retcon. And maybe that's an argument for dispensing with it in the theatrical version. It's an extra piece of retcon we don't need in theory. But I like it. I think it's set up. It's set up for her character with a big payoff at the end. Now, if it weren't relevant to her story in that film, like if the story had nothing to do with a surrogate mother arc and mother versus mother at the end, then I don't think it would add any value. It's only because of that payoff that I think it has such value. Agree, Fu Man Blue. Yes, exactly as you say. Without the Newt part doesn't mean as much to us. Totally agree. Totally agree. In fact, I'm kind of saying that it makes the Newt storyline more meaningful to know that she lost a daughter, is my argument. Redoubt says, Alien 3 is such a mess that there is technically no director's cut. All we got is an assembly cut. Yeah, I think Alien 3, I just, it's kind of like the Crow remake to me. That's kind of what it's like. It's like every minute of it is depressing. Every single minute of it is just a chore to get through. It's sad. Why are we here? It's a terrible ending for Ripley. I don't like it. It's a terrible off-screen ending for Newt and Hicks and Bishop. There's this sad moment with Bishop. I didn't need that. I didn't need that in my life. So am I saying that, like, from a story structure perspective, it's a mess? I actually don't know. I haven't seen it in years because I hate it so much. And I don't care to watch it to analyze it for that reason either. Maybe not. All I know is it made me miserable. And it ruined what I thought was really good potential. Dude, where the story leaves Ripley at the end of Aliens is phenomenal. Phenomenal. You could have had a whole series of films with the Newt character and Hicks and Ripley on additional adventures in space fighting the xenomorphs. Dude, I really think that a great like fourth or fifth Alien, like continuing in that trajectory, I think a great like series ender is just Alien War. We just are. It's like, forget about it being a monster in the house story. It is literally the aliens are jumping from planet to planet, and it's like an all-out, Starship Troopers kind of scenario. I just think that'd be cool. In the right hands. What else? Joseph says Captain Sigourney Weaver in the new Mando movie and Rotten Tomatoes changed their review system to a validation screening process, which has upset many people. I mean, censoring corporations gonna do what censoring corporations are gonna do, but I will say this cuts both ways in theory. I think it will make it harder for bots to positively review bomb, but either way, listen. Every single time we find a way around one of these censorship firewalls, they are gonna try and plug that hole. That's what they're going to try and plug the hole. They're going to stick their finger in the dam, and they're going to try and stop the flood of truth from coming out. But the reality is, and I'm starting to doubt my choice to embark on that metaphor, but we press on. And what I would say is, the line I always think about is in the Chernobyl series, which is fascinating. The entire thematic underpinning of that series, Chernobyl, which I highly recommend. Always watch Chernobyl. Always watch Chernobyl. Always. And I would say that the thematic underpinning of the entire story is the truth will lie in wait for all time. We humans are probably our greatest hubris is that we think that lies can be made permanent. And nothing, the truth will exist no matter what. Regardless of what we think is true, it doesn't matter. Because what is true simply is. And it is totally indifferent to how we feel about it or what we do about that. The sea is always right! That's, is how J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay would put it. But anyway, I mean, they're not wrong in a manner of speaking, but, Star Fury saying Zack Snyder's self-gratification. Let's see, what else? I know, the Foreigner Belt. Another unpopular opinion I have. Alien 3 is great! Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I respect your opinion. Like what you like. As Henry Cavill so eloquently put it, a fan is entitled to have any opinion that they wish to have. So I have no issue with that. And as I always say, while I consider the quality of art objective and subject to some manner of objective critique and merit, I do feel that the experience of artwork is totally subjective, and there's no wrong answer. So if you find that Alien 3, you just like it, I absolutely love, what's something kind of dopey that I love? Besides Avatar. Avatar and the Avatar The Way of Water. Those are usually the examples I give, because I can never think of... I tend to think everything I love is pretty brilliant. But what's something that like everyone hates that I love? Waterworld. Star Fury brought that up. Everyone hates Waterworld. I love Waterworld. Not just do I love it, I really do think it's a masterpiece. I really think it's a masterwork of storytelling. Now, it has flaws. Definitely it has problems, which are part of why some people don't like it. But I just think it's a pretty epic story, and there's never really been anything quite like it. I don't think. It's basically Mad Max on the water, which is doing it a disservice to simplify it that way. But that's basically what it is. But I've never seen anything like it, dude. Folks, the boat that Kevin Costner's character, the Mariner, sails in the movie Waterworld, folks, it was real. They really built that boat, and it really did all the things you saw in that movie. It really did all those things. It was an actual working boat. It was not just a prop. It was a real working sailboat that did the things you see in the movie. That's pretty brilliant. I mean, come on. Who's going to do that in modern? You're not going to find a modern filmmaker other than maybe like a Christopher Nolan that would go to those lengths to create verisimilitude. Verisimilitude. So yeah, unapologetically, and nor should anyone ever apologize for liking something. I understand. And look, if I'm being very dispassionate about it, I would say Alien 3 does provide kind of a heroic, self-sacrificing ending. It provides an ending for the Ripley character. So, I totally forgot. Everyone hates Alien Resurrection. They think it's really dumb. It's one of the worst movies. And I'm not saying they're wrong, but I love that movie. I love Alien Resurrection. I do. So, let's see. What else we got? Redoubt says, Alien 3 is fascinating to study, that its development hell was so intense that 20th Century Studios are still trying to find a way to mend it, but only making it much worse. I mean, if you're interested, there is an audio drama on Audible called Alien 3 with Michael Biehn and Lance Hendrickson reprising their roles as Hicks and Bishop, seriously, in the audio drama, and it uses an old script that was discarded for Alien 3. It's a much better movie. Hicks and Bishop are alive. Ripley is alive. Newt's alive. It's a totally different story than the movie, and it's way better. Check it out. It's on Audible, and it's Alien 3 on Audible. It's super awesome. Yeah, Foreigner Belt correctly observing Rotten Tomatoes is trying to protect woke movies and shows by changing its rules. Let's see. Have I fairly caught up? Have I fairly caught up, my dear chat? Anthony Timmons, I like this. The sea is wet, the sun is hot. Too much exposure to either will end in disaster. I mean, well, he's right. Well, you're right. That's my George McFly from Back to the Future. Well, you're right. Well, you're right, Anthony. Back to the Future. What a great movie that is. Was one of the oddest. It is one of the oddest stories ever when you think about it that should not work, and it totally works. It works so well. Let's see here. Oh, dude, you want to check something cool out? Check this out. I promised our dear Star Fury that I would look at the Sonic 3 trailer. Okay, so we will do that, but first, I just want to show you this, chat. I just want to show you this. Hat tip bounding into comics. Halle Berry says, Pierce Brosnan restored her faith in men during filming of James Bond film Die Another Day. Wait, Star Fury, pull up a chair. This concerns British characters, okay? In a recent interview with Wired, Halle Berry answers the web's most searched questions, and the Academy Award-winning actress revealed that her experience working with Pierce Brosnan on the 2002 James Bond film Die Another Day left a lasting impact on her. Berry, who played the iconic role of Bond girl Jinx, and folks, the entire fan base of James Bond were absolutely, shall we say, excited, very excited about Halle Berry in this movie. So she praised Brosnan as the quintessential gentleman, stating that he restored her faith in men during the making of the movie. She said, he will always be my Bond, always. I'm a Pierce Brosnan fan. He restored my faith in men on that movie. There couldn't be a human who is more of a gentleman than Pierce Brosnan. Okay, folks, I saw that, and I was like, dude, what a Chad. I just thought, man, what a great... Dude, he is a great James Bond. I've always felt that. Brosnan is a great James Bond. He does the classic, like, he is the quintessential British gentleman, and it's like, what a great backstory that he's not just the British gentleman when he's playing Bond. He is when he's playing Brosnan. You know what I mean? That's awesome. I just think that's cool. I think that's super cool. Star Fury says, Halle Berry and Bond, lots of self-gratification. Oh, jeez. There's lots of self-gratification involved. yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was pointing out earlier. But thank you. Thank you for putting it so delicately, Star Fury. I appreciate that. Restored her faith in men. Well, I don't know. I don't know if she's saying, like, oh, the patriarchy. I don't think she was. 2002 was a different time. Bad behavior. Look. Think about it, Joseph. We're talking about the industry where you have Harvey Weinsteins running around all the time. And this is 2002. Back in the days when there was this is way before Me Too and all the wackiness. Back then, it was the Wild West compared to now. And, I could imagine an actress being like, having reservations about the behavior of some men in Hollywood. I think that's fair. I think that's very fair. Now, is that what she's saying? I honestly don't know, because that's the whole context of the quote, so I don't know more. But my guess is she's saying that she's had some bad experiences with male actors, and the fact that, she's in, it's a very sexually charged role, right? And the fact that he is this awesome gentleman, he's very professional. And, I think what she's saying is, man, what a class act he was. And, man, that makes me feel good about men. Right? And I think that's a good thing. I don't think there's a lot of Pierce Brosnan manly men out there. I just don't. I think the era of the gentleman is kind of over as part of the problem. You've got these little soy-infused pajama boys, as Rush Limbaugh used to call them, pajama boys, that are out there saying, I'm a male feminist. And it's like, dude, Brosnan is a man. He is a man. And she respects it. But he is a man with manners, as a good English man should be. And any man. Any man, of course. Star Fury says, a shame that Pierce Brosnan is Irish. Hey, I've got some Irish ancestry stuff in it. What are you implying, sir? What are you implying? Fuban Blue says, yeah, the temptation to be a man is at its height when in the presence of Barry. Well, exactly. I think that's kind of her point, She's like, Foreigner, Belt saying he didn't try to grab her ass or anything. Yeah, right. He filled out his consent form. Fu Man Blue says, imagine the leches she'd had to deal with. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's my point. Like, it is Hollywood. Let's face it. This is the industry where Leslie Headland was the personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein in his glory days of abusing women, right? So, now, Starf here, there's no need for that, sir. There's no need for that. Now, I gotta check Fu Man Blue in the Discord. Hail the Discord. We have a Discord link in the description. Talking about them taking care of business. All right, cool. Let's take a look at... Yeah, I gotta kill that tab because it'll be causing problems if I don't. Now, what was it, Starfire? Oh, yes, the Sonic 3 trailer. Let's just take a look at it real fast. Share screen. Let's see here. There we go. Sonic 3. I've not seen any of these movies. So you're going to get as raw a take on this as you could possibly get. Oh,
Sonic, you finally found your family.
Try to keep up.
Now, trailer before the trailer. All right, here we go.
You didn't change who you are in here.
Yeah, in my lungs.
Or your heart.
There's been a high-level security breach. And we need Team Sonic's immediate assistance. Project Shadow is far beyond anything we've ever encountered.
Shadow's story began a lot like yours, Sonic. But where you found...
You know, I still think a Mega Man movie would be super awesome. Like, this makes me think that a Mega Man movie could seriously work. Right? If you just do it with faithfulness to the lore, it could be a lot of fun.
family and friends. Shadow found only pain and loss.
All right, we got a rogue alien on the loose. How do we find it?
Start with the giant fireball?
I love it. Let's start with a giant fireball.
He is much more impressive than the hedgehog I fought previously.
Dude, I'm standing right here.
You're a colorful bunch.
We don't want to fight you.
Actually, Sonic, I would like to fight.
No, no! My turn.
I feel like this trailer is showing too much. I feel like it's like, I'm kind of at a loss here because I don't know the lore in Sonic, so I can't tell you whether I think this is a cool direction for the story, based on what's gone before. But as a matter of storytelling, it's pretty good so far.
Can we just talk about this? He's too powerful. Sonic! I can't believe I'm saying this, but we need you-know-who.
This is a bad idea.
When has that ever stopped me?
Doctor! We have visitors.
This is sad, Robotnik. Even for you.
We need your help.
On one condition.
Jim Carrey himself, huh? That's pretty interesting. Wow. I like that. I know he was in the previous one, but yeah, bringing him back, awesome.
Do this!
If I can't rule the world, I might as well save it.
I need room.
But, sir, I don't have the proper materials.
Found some.
When we're done, there won't be anything left.
I will, there's a couple of things that are going really well on this trailer, and there's a sense of stakes. I think that he's working well as an antagonist here, and there's definitely a sense that there's actually something at stake. So, I mean, I'm digging it. It's kind of pulling me in.
No cheat code!
What did you do? What I had to.
Welcome home, my boy.
It's impossible.
Is it?
It couldn't be.
Couldn't it?
Are you? In the saggy flesh.
Well, it looks fun. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh, well, I'll tell you what. I'll watch the other two films and we'll see. We'll see what the captain thinks. I think the structure of the trailer leaves a little to be desired. It felt like it was kind of just telling the story, and I think the best trailers hint at the story. I think that's kind of like the third Dune 2 trailer was phenomenal. Just it used the actual Hans Zimmer score and it hinted at like the agonizing choices Paul Atreides was going to have to make. It hinted at the terrifying Fade Rotha. It hinted at kind of like the mission creep of the entire Empire kind of being pulled into the battle for Arrakis. So it hinted at all of those things. It didn't just narrate all of those things happening. And so I think that, like, those are my favorite kinds of trailers that leave mystery as to what will the character decide, what will the character lose, will the character succeed. I like those elements of it. And I felt like some of that Sonic trailer felt like it was just narrating. Oh, now he's going to do this, and now he's going to do that. And it's like, okay. But that's the trailer. In terms of the film itself, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty solid. I think that anytime you have a clear antagonist that has a clear reason to be at cross purposes with the hero, it starts to generate stakes and tension. And I find that, like, when stakes are being completely undermined is when it's very unclear what the hero wants and or what the villain wants. And a perfect example is Ahsoka. Ahsoka is a great example of that. I have no clue what Ahsoka wants, why she does what she does, what she's even doing in the galaxy. What are you doing? I don't know. And then you've got, what was that? Ray Stevenson's character, the Sith. I think he's a Sith, whatever the hell he is, running around. He's sort of like the guy in Mystery Men that just says philosophical things that don't really mean anything. Like, yes, well, one day the truth will have to be revealed. What truth? What are you talking? Yes, I must find what I must find on the in the other galaxy. What are you looking for? I don't, you know what I mean? Like, it's so that's when it gets muddy and unclear. Terminator Zero. I literally don't know what Girl Boss Babe wants to. I don't know what her mission is. She goes back in time and she's I guess gonna protect she does. She protects Dr. Lee, then says Dr. Lee's the enemy. I have to stop him. What? You know what I mean? So anyway, Sonic 3, clear antagonist, clear protagonist. I mean, knowing nothing about Sonic, I felt some stakes and tension there. And now I'm hungry for steak. It looks like a movie that has a good balance of fun, which makes sense because they're essentially video game cartoon characters, so there's a good level of fun there. But also, it looks like it's taking itself seriously, which is always important. Foreigner Belt says, Jim Carrey's interpretation of Robotnik is awesome. I agree, Word 789. And welcome to the chat. A new challenger has arrived. Showing too much. Totally agree. Totally agree. How many times are we going to see London demolished? They fly now? No, I don't think it was that bad. But, you know, I get it. I get it. Maybe he's saving the guns till later, meaning why does Shadow... Yeah, why does Shadow have no guns? Yeah, like, I can't really critique that trailer based on that world because I played the video games years ago. But I haven't seen the movies, so I can't tell you whether I think they're doing well in continuing the story, but yeah. I'll check it out. It's enough. You know what? Listen, there are trailers I see, such as for Trolls, where it's like a nightmare fever dream, and it makes me want to leave the theater. When the trailer comes on and I have to sit through the trailer, I'm like, get me out of here. Transformers 1, actually, is a great example. Transformers 1 is one of the worst things I've ever seen. One of the worst things I've ever seen. So, yeah, it's not... If it looked like it was a bunch of garbage, I would sense it. The captain has finally... attuned senses. I can feel in my gut when it's trash. Joseph says, some would call me Sith, but I am no Sith. That's right. That was the line he says. Oh yeah, that's a perfect example, Joseph. That's a perfect example. He just says shit like that the whole show, and all the shills just lap it up. Oh, thanks, Disney. Thanks, Disney. This is so good. He's so fascinating. He didn't say anything. He just said, some would call me a Sith, but I am no Sith. Wait, was that Ray Stevenson or was that Chimere? Or did they both say this? I'm actually thinking about this. Did Ray Stevenson say, some would call me Sith, but I am no Sith? Or that was Chimere that said that, right? Well, anyway. They both say things like that in both shows that are, like, vague and mysterious, but don't really actually tell you anything. You're welcome, Starfury. He says, thanks, Captain. You're welcome. I live to serve you. No, thank you, chat. Thank you, my dear sailors and startups, for being here on the Swords and Starships channel. And if you feel so inclined, please like and subscribe. It does help. It helps the show, and we appreciate it here. Now, I thought we would take a look at victory. Victory, my friends. Because it is a matter of record that woke games are collapsing. They are imploding, folks. Are you ready for a white pill? Would you like a white pill? Mr. Producer, if you would, please. Give me my music. Exhibit A. This from That Park Place. Share screen. More Star Wars Outlaws clips mocked for terrible AI, bad combat, horrible physics, and ridiculous strong female protagonist moments. Yeah. More Star Wars Outlaws clips have made their way online and are being mocked for featuring strong female protagonist moments. Strong female women. Try this one from Grums. Yeah, so he's like, another Star Wars Outlaws immersive takedown. I love how he doesn't even rear his head back to resist and his legs go limp. Yeah, a very accommodating stuntman. So they're getting absolutely lit up. Another from Grums. If someone grabs the back of your head, is this your first response to drop your weapon? You can see on the screen, she sneaks up on him. Oh, that's great. I haven't seen this. He drops his... Dude, look at this again, chat. So this is from Star Wars Outlaws. She's sneaking up on a guard. She puts him in a headlock. The NPC literally just drops his gun in the physics. Wow, so stunning, so brave, right? This from Learning the Law. Star Wars Outlaws recommends 3060 Ti for native 720p resolution. Season pass confirmed. Immerse yourself in the most empowered female character in the Star Wars universe. Journalists compare it to Red Dead Redemption 2 in space. Here are some incredible quadruple A level AI reactions. Look, dude, she's pointing a gun right at the stormtroopers, and they sort of lumber towards her, not even firing their weapons. Holy, if you're just listening, I'm describing for you what I gotta see this again. Okay, so she is looking at them. They're looking at her. They don't even shoot their gun. They just lumber towards her, presenting themselves to be slain. I mean, the only theory I have, maybe this is on easy mode if I'm being charitable. Also from Learning the Law, IGN on Star Wars Outlaws final preview journalist. I'm having a blast with Star Wars fighting mechanics. Video, game completely broken beyond belief and NPCs wondering, what the hell am I doing here?
As such, the blaster battles felt like they had meaningful stakes, and the stealth gameplay had a bit of weight to it because I knew that I'd be up against it.
Right, so what you're seeing on screen while he's saying, oh, it's so great, it's like the NPCs are just milling about doing nothing. So they got absolutely roasted. Now, I tell you that, chat, to tell you this. They have received a plethora of complaints about the shitty AI, the terrible NPCs. Ubisoft responds to plethora of complaints about Star Wars Outlaws after gamers roast gameplay. Star Wars Outlaws publisher Ubisoft trash responded to a plethora of complaints regarding the game after it released a gameplay trailer. Let's see here. Potential players were not impressed and made their complaints known. The video currently has over 66,000 dislikes and just 12,000 likes. Oh, that is a tough ratio there. In the comments, players made it clear they had no intention of purchasing and playing the game. Quote, IGN single-handedly saving us all money. How to save 80 euros in 10 minutes. That thermal detonation is the worst thing I've ever seen in a modern video game. Lamau. Guys, the AI is completely lifelike. It was just programmed by the director of the Secret Service. No, Joe, you can't say that on YouTube. And on it goes. Let's see. IGN attempted to address the negative feedback and ratio, pinning a comment to the top of the comment section that states, quote, "We've noticed this video isn't airing at optimal quality by default." Oh, blame it on the video, the quality of the video. Please make sure to adjust your video settings to ensure the video has proper fidelity. Oh, that's pathetic. Oh, that's pathetic. Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot responded. Hang on. I got, let me check the Discord. Yes, Rondo, in the Discord, I am going to review Section 31. Is it out? God, I'm not looking forward to that work, I can tell you that much. But back to the collapse of woke gaming. Ubisoft CEO said the game has gone cold, so the date is well confirmed for August 13th, and as you mentioned, we'll be showcasing more content of a very high quality, multiple hours of high quality that will really show the depths of the open world. That is a key element of the promise to enjoy the exploration of the galaxy and with multiple planets. So that will bode well for the game in terms of a high-quality delivery. I'm kind of curious now. Ubisoft stock plummets 12% despite exceeding sales targets. Failure. Where is this video? I want to see I want to see this. So this is the video they posted that everyone's roasting. Oh, that's a screenshot. I can't click on that. First 10 minutes of gameplay. I'm just going to mute it. Scrub through it a little bit here. See if I see anything interesting. That's a cutscene. I mean, it looks like a Disney Star Wars TV show. She's going through caves, desert. Look, it's Desert Planet. Look, it's more Desert Planet. I know it's only 10 minutes, but dude, Mass Effect Andromeda was able to make 2 desert planets look unique and different from each other. It's just generic Desert Planet. Every Star Wars now is this. Every single setting in Star Wars now is Tatooine. That's all it is. She sends her little critter to attack the guy. Wow. She just bitch slaps. She just slugs these men. She swings her fist, just like she's John Wayne. Just, there is a way to do a clever female character, but in any case, so they're getting roasted predictably. Try this headline. One of the wokest games of all time, Concord. Hat tip that Park Place. Concord player reports over 8-minute wait time, as game has lost over 60% of its players already. Oh, don't you just hate to see it? Look at these characters. Who wouldn't want to play as a fat character, just exploring the world? So stunning, so brave. Concord went live on Friday, August 23rd, and only hit a peak concurrent player count of 697. That was a 70% decline from the game's open beta back in July, which hit a peak of 2,300. The player counts did not improve over the weekend, and in fact declined by over 40% by Sunday, August 25th, when the game hit a peak concurrent of 402 viewers, and on it goes. As player counts continue to decline, the people that are actually playing the game are experiencing exorbitantly long matchmaking times and blasting them on Reddit. On top of the Steam concurrent players falling, this report from a player waiting over 8 minutes for a game and then timing out. No one collecting trophies. And on it goes. Try this headline. Literally a game government funded to be as woke as possible, where you literally go around lecturing people. Dustborn, you go around using the powers of bullying and cancellation to lecture people about their white privilege and their police brutality and their racism. So this is the game studio that made it, right? So they made this post, okay? I'm going to read this post for you. To our community, since we first announced Dustborn, we've read your comments and listened to your feedback, hopes and wishes for the game. Over the past 4 years, our team has poured their hearts into telling a story that's deeply meaningful to us. A story about the power of words, about building a world where everyone can feel safe, about love and friendships and robots, of course. We expected Dustborn to spark conversation and debate, and looked forward to engaging with our players in a positive and constructive fashion. Unfortunately, that conversation has been drowned out by a tidal wave of hate and abuse. I love it. We welcome everyone. We welcome all criticism, but we do not welcome a tidal wave of hate and abuse. We welcome thoughtful feedback and respectful criticism. We embrace discussion and debate. Unless it's discussion and debate we don't want to hear, and then we want it banned. But we have zero tolerance. This is their own words. But we have zero tolerance for hate speech, harassment, and threats of any kind. By the way, they brought no receipts or proof of any of this. Those who engage in such behavior will be removed from our community. To everyone else, thank you for coming on this journey with us. Your support means everything, and your constructive feedback continues to push us to learn and to evolve. Together, let's continue building a world where everyone can feel valued and empowered to share their stories. Close quote. Folks, I want you to freeze frame this sentence in your mind. Their own words, where everyone can feel valued and empowered to share their stories. What do I always say? Wokies never adhere to their own principles. They do not have consistent principles. Now, I want you to hear Madam Savvy's brilliant response to this thread. Are you ready for this? Mr. Producer, give me my music. From Madam Savvy, responding to that post. Quote, you haven't engaged with anyone, though. In fact, your own dev threw hate at the concept of crowdfunding, despite you lot being funded with taxpayer dollars from several sources. One is a choice, the other is not. I support every single person's right to create freedom, but I think she means creative freedom, possibly, but support is never mandatory for anyone. Close quote. Translation, no one is entitled to be liked. No one is entitled to have their work praised. That is something you must earn as a creative. Open quote. And the concept of tax dollars going to this does not spark joy. I want to have a real dialogue about your story because I think it's an interesting narrative, and I don't understand what message you were going for. You want to tell a story about the power of words. Why did you choose to use words of hate and hurt for the main character? Why are we forced to use words of violence against our own friends? That's literally what happens in the game, folks. You have to use bullying against your own friends in the game. There are, open quote, these are unavoidable moments no matter what you do. Why? You say you want to build a world where everyone can feel safe. Then why did every single person we come across have their life ruined by the player character and the group? Why aren't the powers of packs something like salve or healing? Why is everything based on manipulation? Where was the love when we bullied Fred and lied about her? Let me just bring that down a notch there. It's a highly addictive... Oh, sorry. Where was the love when we bullied Fred, etc., etc.? Why would she put... This is literally from the game. Again, this is Madam Savvy roasting the creatives of Dustborn. Why would she put her own people in danger by growing opium, of all things? That's Pax's mother, the main character. It's a highly addictive drug, and it can be used to keep people compliant. I'm sure you understand what I'm insinuating. Is it friendship when we are forced to manipulate our friends? To bully Theo? Why can't we prank Sai while she prays, but we... Let's see, let me rephrase that. Why can't we prank Sai while she prays, but we can prank Theo, who has done nothing wrong? For you to write what you did, you must like modern SpongeBob Squidward torture episodes where he doesn't do anything to deserve it. Criticism and confusion is not hate or abuse. Do people do that? Yeah, it's the internet. But they are nameless losers, and no one takes people who throw violence and threats around seriously. So ignore the 2 to 3 people who are being stupid, it happens to everyone, and engage with the actual questions instead of hiding. You've released several games. You had taxpayer dollars behind you. I don't understand what you did for 4 years, or how you can say what you have in interviews and not expect people to be confused. You're also not addressing the blatant GTA rips. I wouldn't put this much thought into any other game, but you are tax-funded for some reason, and you created a game where the player is the disinformation. Close quote. In other words, you literally, as a player, use lies, bullying, and manipulation to win. No, that is no lie, folks. That's the game. Open quote. I'm happy to have a dialogue where you can correct me where I'm wrong on things, if you'd like. It may not be an easy dialogue because I ask specific questions and I don't like to beat around the bush, but I want to learn and I want to know what went on in your heads. Close quote. A brilliant response, and by Madam Savvy. She got 9,000 likes. Did she ratio them? I'm just checking here. Let's see. They had... Oh, she ratioed them, folks. She ratioed their asses. They got 2.3 thousand likes on their original post. She got 9,000 on her quote tweet. That would be the brilliant Madam Savvy delivering another defeat. That's right, Dustborn, Concord, Star Wars Outlaws. You can keep pushing your wacko lunatic ideology, literally making bullying, manipulation, and threats of violence the heroic weapons in your character's arsenal. But we the fans, we the true fans, will inflict defeat after defeat after defeat. Round of applause for Madam Savvy. Dude, folks, they are taking black eye after black eye. There you have it. Woke gaming, folks, is in freefall. It is in full-blown collapse. They are getting away with nothing. And by the way, Elon Musk deserves great credit for this because, listen, Rotten Tomatoes is locking it down, as you have pointed out tonight. They have taken away the dislike button on YouTube. They've done so many things to try and avoid people getting the truth out. And X is now the platform, which we are live on, by the way. Live on X. We are at the SNS channel. At the SNS channel. We are on X. And X has provided a channel where all points of view are actually welcome. And notice how everybody is welcome, everybody is valued, everybody feels safe. That crowd hate it. They hate any platform where anyone they do not like gets to speak. Folks, that is why I say the woke point of view, in addition to being an inconsistent and incoherent worldview, is a sick worldview. I say this often on the chat. It is a sick worldview. One of the best examples I've ever seen. I literally watched Madam Savvy streaming that game Dustborn for about 20 minutes. I sat there watching her play it. And it's like literally you can upgrade your character with bullying. You get bullying. They just say that. It's like a power, like a magic spell. It's like you now have bully. You can use this to intimidate people. It's like, what? What? The hero's not supposed to do that. That's not what you're supposed to do. It's a sick... Dude, nothing proves it better than the fact that OSHA is meant to be looked at as empowered and courageous when she force chokes Master Soul to death. Dude, that's Darth Vader's move. The Master of Evil. Darth Vader, that's his move. Because he's the Master of Evil. That's what the Master of Evil does. He does the force choke. And the hero of the Acolyte force chokes her own, mentor to death. And she is presented as so stunning and so brave. This is backed up in, like, interviews with Leslie Headland. It's backed up by, like, the way they talk about their characters. This is such a great moment for her. She's finally taking charge. What? That's why I say it is a sick worldview, because only a sick worldview could result in such twisted morality as that. And we won't stand for it here on the Swords and Starships channel. Yeah, where's that commie guy in the chat? Is he still in his timeout? You still in your timeout, commie? Don't spam the chat. If you want to engage in conversation, you're welcome back. He doesn't. He doesn't. Just some... It could be some kid. Probably some little kid on the keyboard. Found a way past the parents' firewalls or something. Go to bed. You should be in bed. What do we have in the chat? Fuman Blue says, music 50% too loud. Did I have it at 50%? I'm sorry. That was my bad. I blew it out there. I'm sorry. Did I have it at 50? I thought I had it at 25. That's my bad, chat. If I overdid it with the music, my bad. Hey, listen, it's a live show. I try things. The captain tries things. You guys are what's the word I'm looking for? Well, you're a hoot. You're a hoot. Which is just a kind of an old country term for you're just a lot of fun. You're just a lot of fun, but also you're good sports, and I appreciate that. Foreigner Belt says, yep, the woke mind virus. I agree. Yes. That's... Really? I haven't heard that, Joseph. All of Elon's children are gay? I don't think they're all gay. No, that's a high percentage if they are. Redoubt Production says, I would like to go to sleep, Captain, but college says sleep interrupts the propaganda. That's true. That's true. Skunk says you got to yell at... You know what? Mr. Producer, why was the music so loud? What? I didn't say to put it at 50. And what do we say about assume? When you assume, you make an ass of you and me? No, you don't get a raise. This is a sweat equity roll. I thought that was explained. You know what? Never mind. Sorry. Just having a disagreement with the staff. Thanks, Fuman Blue. I wanted to read the chat, but I should have read the chat, but I was like, I don't want to interrupt the flow. Anyway, so it goes. Hey, what's next in the stack of stuff? Because I got a lot more, folks. I got a lot more. I was watching Rings of Power, and I'm going to be doing reaction videos of Rings of Power, and then later I'm gonna do a full scripted review of the series. I think that's what I like better, because I'm working on a scripted review of the Acolyte right now. And in other words, I think that like my mind thinks in a kind of storytelling way when I approach videos, and to just do a review, I think it's faster with my current bandwidth. I think it's faster for me just to do a reaction as they come out, chop that up into 10 minutes, see how we do, and then do like a more scripted review when the story comes out. Because, you know, the fascinating thing about these shows is like every episode of The Acolyte, and then each like in between like Amanda Stenberg video and Leslie Headland interview, it's like every layer of that just added another level of context to the whole thing. And like it was a snowball effect with The Acolyte, because the first episode is just, you know, predictable crap. Like it's like the storyline is a mess. The characters are generic. The acting is terrible. There's a fire in space and all that nonsense. So yeah, first episode of The Acolyte, it's nonsense. Of course it is. But it's like every episode of The Acolyte just added another layer and another layer. And in that show, in the case of that show in particular, it was a layer of depravity. It was like another layer of depravity has been added to the show. Like the final episode, Vernestra, is basically a BDSM like madam mistress who whipped her dungeon slave Chimere when he was a Jedi and turned him to the dark side, and now she's covering up all these murders of the Jedi Order. Oh my god. It's so... Dude, that show goes like, so it's a snowball effect. By the end of the show, my attitude towards it is like, it's on another planet from where it's in the beginning. It's like, oh, this is a dopey show. And by the end of it, I'm like, this is one of the most depraved things I've ever seen, which it's obvious, really. You know, it came out of the mind of Leslie Headland. Like, what did you expect? Like, yeah, I guess that makes sense, but still, you know what I mean? That final episode of The Acolyte, I still cannot believe, like, how the depths that it sank to. Because honestly, after episode 3 and episode, I think 6 or 7, you know, with the Chimere thirst trap, I did not think it could get worse. But then that final episode where the crowning achievement of the show is her force choking her mentor, it was one of the worst. It's the worst thing I've ever seen since Jon Snow stabbing Daenerys. Spoilers for Game of Thrones Season 8. It's the worst thing I've seen since Jon Snow professing his love while he stabs his love, Daenerys Targaryen, to death. I've never felt, you know, it's like the feeling I have after a scene like that is I need to go take a shower. Like, I need a shower to wash the filth of this show off of me. That is literally how I felt with The Acolyte and, incidentally, the ending of Game of Thrones Season 8. I hate that scene when like, they character assassinated both Snow and Targaryen in the same moment at the end of that. Anyway, not to get into that, but in any case. Where was I? Mr. Producer, what was next? Yeah, I'm sorry. Now, I should not have raised my voice. You're right. That's bad manners. I apologize. Okay, yeah. All right, good. We'll go with that next. All right, so I wanted to check out, so already Rings of Power Season 2 is losing viewers. Defeat! Failure. This, hat tip, that Park Place, share screen. The Lord of the Rings of Power Season 2, seemingly losing viewers already. Dude, Morphin Clark immediately started in with the... she's got like the face that I'm sorry to say it, no intentional comparison here, but when a swine is rutting, it makes that kind of like snout. She does the snout thing. In any case, Rings of Power Season 2 already appears to be losing viewers after a single episode, despite releasing the first 3 episodes at the same time. Which I really wish they didn't, because now I've got to also sit through 2 more episodes of this to do my reactions. But the number of IMDb reviews for the first episode of Season 2 and the 3rd episode decreased by over 50%. There are 3,800 reviews for the first episode, Elven Kings Under the Sky. The 2nd episode only has 2,200 reviews. And the 3rd just has 1,800 reviews. So essentially, they're pointing out here that, like, even though we don't have ratings on the show, the fact that they released all 3 episodes at the same time, but each episode is getting fewer reviews than the last, means that people are watching the first episode and then quitting the show because they're like, it sucks. Or they're watching the 2nd episode and then quitting the show. Which I think is that's a very smart way to, like, figure out what's going on with the viewership already. So essentially, there you go. So isn't it fascinating? You know, it goes back to that exact quote, like, the truth will lie in wait for all time, right? They can try and hide the numbers, but look at this. We found a way to get at the numbers. Literally, if the show were popular, the number of reviews should not be, I mean, if not increasing, it should not be falling off that fast. Now, with that in mind, I thought just for fun, we would watch the pitch meeting for the first season of Lord of the Rings, hat tip pitch meeting,
So, you have a new show for me?
Yes, sir,
I do. I was thinking we make a Lord of the Rings show. That's a recognizable name. It sure is, sir. So all we have to do is spend a bunch of money on the rights, and it's a guaranteed hit. And also make a good show that people will like, presumably. I mean, yeah, no. We'll see how it goes. Amazing. So what happens in this thing? Well, it's gonna take place like thousands of years before the Lord of the Rings trilogy, right? And we're gonna follow Galadriel. Is that how people are gonna pronounce things the whole time? Numenor.
Oh my god, dude, this is literally, they're not exaggerating. I swear, like in the first episode, it's like they literally they roll every R. Mordor, Sauron. It's like, what's wrong with these people? It's so weird. It's like a politician putting on an affected accent because of whatever crowd they're in front of. We ain't in no ways tired. It's just like a Mordor, Galadriel. It's ridiculous. Very
distracting. Morgoth, Sauron. Oh, please stop that. Sorry. So anyway, Galadriel's brother was killed by Sauron back in the day, so she's been trying to hunt him down. Okay. And nobody really believes her, but she's still like pushing on the search through the snow, risking people's lives, being real mean to everyone, and they're gonna get attacked by an ice troll. Oh no. Man, this...
It's such a good description. It's literally that, but she's running around. She's just being real mean to everyone. Dude, folks, this is why, a lot of the writing is so bad, because intersexual feminists, they think that this actually kind of goes back to Halle Berry kind of saying that, Pierce Brosnan being a gentleman restores her faith in men because she saw what a real man is, right? And my point is that intersexual feminists have a warped perception of what a real man is. They're not picturing Pierce Brosnan gentleman, right? They think that a man is a good leader because he's strong. Now, just being the strongest, yes, in a strictly brute force environment, yes, that can rule the day for a while in a pretty uncivilized situation, yes. But in a real military chain of command, that does not a good leader make. And so what they do is they take a female character and they assume that if she were a man, all she'd have to do is bark orders, be mean, and she would get her way and she'd be praised and revered as a leader, or she would be at least perceived by the audience as a good leader, even if her own, direct reports did not see her that way. But see, what they don't understand is that men have to earn being respected as a leader, and it's no different for a woman, which is why they're so bad at writing female leaders. They're terrible at it. Terrible at it.
This thing's super strong. It's taken out elves, but then Galadriel is so strong, she takes this thing out with no problem at all. Oh, yeah, she's so good, it's not even a danger for her. She was never in danger at all. That's kind of... So the main character's never in any danger? Never, because she's so good. Not super exciting, actually.
She is literally not... She is not in danger when a volcano erupts in her face. She's not in her face. Dude. They're not even memeing. Like, they're not even making fun of it. They're just telling you the God's honest truth of what it is.
Not a danger on her horizon. Nothing's a threat for her. All right. Anyway, so
in the first... This is season 1, right? In the first episode, she jumps off of a boat in the middle of the ocean and decides to swim hundreds of miles in the ocean. And she's never in danger.
The other elves are like, okay, we'll stop putting us in danger, and they put her on a ship to Valinor. Stop. And so they're basically sending her there to get rid of her. Oh, so what does she do? Well, just as they're getting there, she decides to jump off the ship into the water. Is she planning to swim back to Middle Earth? Yeah, that's the plan. Oh my God, you're serious. She's Galadriel. She can do anything. Right, okay. And then as she's swimming...
I know I harp on this particular plot point a lot. Like, folks, look, there are stupid plots. And then there is this. Like I'm telling you, Acolyte, Echo, Mando Season 3, I mean, stack up the things I have been the hardest on for the last couple of years. I promise you, this is the dumbest thing I have ever seen. It is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in a show, which is really saying something these days. She jumps off of a ship in the middle of the ocean. What? What? Now listen. It's one thing for that to just be there in the story. They call back to that scene in season 2. They call right back to it. And I'm like, so in other words, they keep using this as a crucial part of the plot over and over and over again. And I'm like, dude, you should be trying to sweep that under the rug. You should be trying to forget about this, but they love this plot point. So in other words, they know what they did. The idiots, J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay. Stupid people. Truly stupid men that have no business writing a story. They know that they wrote this. They intended to write this. And because they're still calling back to it in season 2. Folks, what other explanation can you give? Except that they are stupid people that eat glue.
Back, she's gonna come across some shipwrecked people, including this one guy, Halbrand. And what's his deal? Oh, well, he and Galadriel are gonna kind of team up throughout the season, but then at the end of the season, there's gonna be this big reveal that he's actually Sauron. So while swimming across an ocean, Galadriel just happened to run into the evil being she's been looking for. Yes.
That works.
Oh, thank God. So eventually they end...
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Folks, it's even better because, dude, the entire first 20 minutes of season 2, episode 1, literally tells the backstory of Sauron finding her in the ocean. I couldn't believe it. I was like, really? We needed the backstory to how he found her, how he got on that raft and he found her. It's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. I'm like, oh my God, you should have tried to forget that whole thing happened, much less tell us more about it. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it.
End up at this place called Numenor. And what happens there? Well, she tries to convince the Queen Regent to give her a ship to go back to Middle-earth. Oh, she's got to do some diplomatic relations, huh?
This is a great recap of season 1. Like, this is excellent. This is exactly what I wanted. Like, yeah, this is a great recap of the first season.
She handled that with massive disrespect. Oh. You know, see, sir, this isn't the Galadriel we know from the Lord of the Rings movie. She's still young and immature. Right, okay. She's only a couple thousand years old at this point. Well, anyway, also during this season, we're gonna follow these little creatures called the Harfoots, and they're gonna...
I love how he does that. She's really young and inexperienced. She's only a couple thousand years old. Well, never mind about that.
Gonna find this really tall magical man who fell from the sky. A tall magical man, huh? And he's got a beard and long hair and a long robe. So he's Gandalf? No? That's definitely Gandalf though, right?
Okay, dude, that's exactly like Leslie Headland, right? Where they're like, so Osha is working in this apothecary shop with an apothecary who is questioning her about whether her Dark Lord Master will disapprove of her. And it's like, is he the Sith Lord in disguise? No. No! That's exactly the same.
Well, sir, it's going to be kind of a big reveal later. Obviously, being Gandalf is tight. It's going to be a big mystery, sir. No, it's not. Okay, so anyway, the Harfoots that are taking care of this tall magic man, they're...
Folks, I got to tell you, every minute of season 2, it's just that. It's exactly like the writers think that they are that it's suspenseful and it's mysterious and what's going to happen, and it's like literally you're telling us the backstory of things we already know are going to happen. We already know Sauron's going to find Galadriel on the raft. We already know that the rings are evil and the elves are going to use them and she's going to make the elves use them. Wait till you see my reaction video, folks. I cannot believe They have put Galadriel, not only is she the idiot that caused all of this to happen in the first season, it's worse in the second season because literally, was it Elrond? Elrond is trying to destroy the rings. They know that Sauron created the rings. They know that Sauron created them. King Gil-galad and Galadriel, They are literally trying to convince the elves to use Sauron's evil rings, okay, knowing they're evil rings. Elrond flees and tries to destroy the rings. Galadriel's her journey in the first episode is she is hunting him down to get the rings back and make him give them back. And I'm like, wow. They have turned Galadriel into a grade A B.I.H. They have turned her into the most awful character. If you thought she was bad in the first season, all I can tell you is you do not hate her character enough.
Very loving and wholesome.
Oh, that's nice.
Unless you become a minor inconvenience to them, in which case they will leave you to die.
Oh, my God.
Oh, and also at the beginning of the season, these orcs are going to be digging tunnels.
Like for fun?
No, they're up to something.
Oh.
And they're going to end up attacking this freaking village in the Southlands.
Are the villagers going to fight?
A lot of them are, yeah, because 2 or 3 times per episode, somebody stands up and gives an inspirational speech.
Kind of a lot of speeches.
It is a lot of speeches. But what, are we supposed to just stand around and not listen to a bunch of speeches? No! Today is when we take our stand.
What are you even talking about?
I don't even know. I've written so many of those, my brain is basically mush at this point. Anyway, this village is going to get massacred by orcs.
JD Payne and Patrick McKay did not write any of those speeches. They totally used ChatGPT. ChatGPT wrote those speeches.
Jeez. Yeah, but luckily Galadriel spent 3 episodes begging the queen for an army, so they sweep in and save the day.
How'd they know where and when to show up?
Hey, shut up. So then Galadriel is going to present that Hallbrand guy to the villagers and be like, by the way, this is the king of the Southland. So they're all like, oh my God, we have a king? That's great.
They're all just super happy. They don't have any questions about that.
That's right.
Why did she say this guy's king anyway?
Because he had this little royal emblem thing on him, but he says he got it off a dead guy.
That's pretty suspicious.
No, it's not. So everyone's on board with him
Oh my God, dude, they tell the backstory of that. I can't believe this. Okay, so the thing they just referred to in the first season right there, Sauron is wearing this emblem that he claims he got off of a dead man. They show that backstory of where he got it in the first episode. I'm like, who cares? Who in the world cares? Nobody cares.
King. All right. Anyway, then this bad villager dude is going to shove this magical sword into a giant Rube Goldberg machine that breaks a dam that fills up the orc tunnels with water, which makes a big volcano go off.
What?
Yeah, that just happened.
Why is that a thing?
And then freaking volcanic ash just swoops down and covers up the village, and Galadriel just stands there.
Man, it's going to be tough for
She takes a pyroclastic cloud to the face. If you don't know, it's not smoke, folks. That is not smoke. There is smoke within it. It is literally atomized volcanic glass, which will shred your lungs to ribbons if you inhale it, and it is minimum 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Flying faster than the speed of sound. Faster than the speed of sound. It's like getting hit with a nuclear detonation. She stands there, takes it to the face, perfectly fine in the next episode. If you think this show is stupid, trust me, it's so much dumber than you could possibly imagine.
people to survive that.
Actually, it's going to be super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Oh, really?
Yeah, all the important characters just kind of survive. They do get covered in ash, let me tell you.
But
very dirty people. A lot of cleanup they got to do.
Pyroclastic flow is almost 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Right, yeah, no, right. That's pretty hot. I should mention that queen lady does go blind.
Oh, I guess her eyes were open?
I guess so. So she's like, I don't want people to know that I'm blind. So she puts a big red cloth over her eyes.
Smooth move. Yeah, that'll do it.
Anyway, so then it turns out that was...
Folks, I mean, what can I even say? That is, God, I can't even, some of this I forgot. Yeah, so she's blind, doesn't want people to know she's blind, so she puts a blindfold on. What? I think about this and I'm just like, you know, I know, I say it a lot, but it hit me. This realization hit me when I was watching the Marvels, okay? I was watching the Marvels, and this is after a lot of garbage. I had watched a lot of garbage, and listen, this is the year 2023, the year of our Lord. I literally was surprised because Mandalorian season 1 and 2, I liked and thought was pretty good. So when season 3 was like a disaster, I was like, whoa, this is their cash cow. Disney can't afford to do this. And then they came out with Obi-Wan, and then they came out with all this other stuff, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And then Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. And I literally, and then I watched the Marvels, right? I watched the Marvels. And I think I have it. I think I have my exact reaction. Maybe I don't have it. I probably had it uploaded, and then I got rid of it. That's a good one. I like that one. I don't have it. I don't have it. But basically, I just came to the conclusion that these are really stupid people. Oh, wait, no, here it is. Here it is. I won't play the whole thing. But basically, this was the conclusion I came to after I watched the Marvels and then later Ahsoka. We, the Star Wars fans, are not the reasons that this crap is crap. You stupid creatives that cannot rub two freaking neurons together are the reason this crap is crap. None of you belong in a writer's room. None of you belong in an editing room. None of you belong directing a camera. These are stupid people that write this crap. And Disney is stuffed to the rafters with the lowest common denominator of talent I've ever seen. Folks, this year shocked me. Shocked me. Every single D+ series it wasn't just subpar. It wasn't just boring. It wasn't just bad. It was an embarrassment. I can't even understand how that's possible. How is that possible? I just can't. So anyway, Ahsoka to me is the cherry on top. There you go. So that was literally, that was like when I was like, I don't have another explanation. I don't have an explanation for how you can think it makes sense for a character to jump in the ocean and swim. It's so stupid. These are stupid people. I can't understand it. And it's like, I watched this and I'm like, dude, I am so dead on that. Folks, your dear Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel, please like and subscribe. If you're watching this channel, you are on the cutting edge. You are on the bleeding edge. Because I am dead on accurate about my estimation of the intelligence of the people we're dealing with.
The birth of Mordor. Oh, how are we going to show that? The on-screen title is going to change to Mordor. That works. Oh, and another thing that's going on throughout the season is that Elrond, he's from the Matrix movies. That's kind of correct, sir. Anyway, he's trying to get some info out of his dwarf friend, this guy Prince Durin. And what's he trying to get? Well, he's trying to find out what the dwarves are mining, and it turns out it's this stuff called Mithril. Okay. But Durin makes Elrond take an oath that he's not going to...
I thought he said Durbin like he was joking. Anyway, I think that's better. I like my version.
Tell anyone about this. Oh, sounds pretty serious. Yeah, very serious. But then Elrond's boss is going to be like, hey, are they mining that stuff? And he's going to be like, I can't tell you, I took an oath. I mean, that pretty much confirms it, doesn't it? Oh, 100%, yeah, it does. Anyway, the elves need this stuff or they're going to die. Why? Because they'll die if they don't get it. Oh, all right. So then they get a little piece of it and they want to make it into some rings. Oh boy, very important little circles. And Halbrand's going to suggest to Celebrimbor, one of the best craftsmen in the world, that he could combine some metals together to make the stuff stronger. He's the best in the world and he hadn't thought of that? That's what we're going with. Well, okay then. So then they make the Rings of Power. Oh, wow. Wow. And then Galadriel's gonna figure out that guy is Sauron and confront him. Oh, so he kills her? He kind of yells and...
Folks, I cannot believe that they're just literally just telling you exactly what happens. I can't believe how stupid it sounds while being so literally accurate. I can't even believe it.
Takes off to Mordor, actually. Why? For season 2, I guess. I don't know. Got it. Oh, and those little Harfoots are finally going to get confirmation that the tall stranger is good. How do they find that out? He's going to be like, I am good. That'll do it. And so, yeah, that's about it. What do you think? Well, I have to say, it's a very recognizable brand name. Sure is, sir. So let's just make sure we make it in a way everybody's going to love. Absolutely, sir. Or we just throw a bunch of money at it and hope it works out. Oh, that sounds easier. Let's do that.
What, $1 billion?
Hi, everybody, it's Ryan George here.
Yeah, hat tip, the Ryan George hat tip pitch meeting. I'm putting an upvote on that. What an excellent, dude. That is not actually. I mean, it's a parody, but it's an excellent previously on the show. So yeah, absolute hat tip to that guy. Where is my applause, Mr. Producer? Mr. Producer is, he's rage quit on me, so I'm gonna have to man the controls myself for a while. Oh, man. That is, wow. That is wow. Like, just having watched only the first episode, folks. I have not seen beyond the first episode of Rings of Power Season 2. I haven't even watched Friday Night Tights because I want my reaction to be fresh. I don't want to have any, like, I don't want to, have any spoilers because I want my reaction to just be the immediate first reaction. And, which sadly, after this stream is what I have ahead of me. I have 2 episodes of Rings of Power ahead of me after this. I suffer, folks. I suffer. For you. And I hear that recap. I can't believe it. I can't. They're literally rehashing all of that. They tell the backstory of how he gets the talisman. And it's like... But just, okay, let me just back off of the memeing a little bit and just, let's get serious. Let us be responsible, intellectual, approved critics and analyze this objectively. I mean, the story structure problem that we have right off the bat in Season 2 is how can I put this? They are telling a narrative that derives its suspense, mystery, and tension from not knowing what the outcome of certain events is going to be. Okay? The problem with that is that this literally, it's a prequel, and the first 20 minutes of the first episode are a prequel of that prequel. And so we know the outcome of every single thing. And so it's like, I already know he's going to find Galadriel. I already know he's going to forge the rings. I already know that he's going to turn evil again within the realm of this already stupid story. You are just telling me the backstory that I do not need to things that are well established. It is the worst kind of storytelling. It is the worst kind. And it's pretty incredible. Alan Ng of Film Threat puts it as, I'm ahead of the story all the time. I'm always ahead of the story. And that just, there's no reason to watch a show if everything you're seeing is just what happened on the way to what you already know is going to happen. It's like being in a waiting room at a doctor's office. It's miserable. It's miserable. Let's see. Did I have anything I needed to catch up with in the chat? I think I did. Wrangler says 5,000 degrees. I'm surprised, considering magma's around 2,500. Well, in the pitch meeting, they said 2,000, so the captain's figure may be a bit overshooting the mark. And the surface of Venus is about 4,000, but even at these lower estimates, she'd be tiny bits of jerky. Yeah, I probably misquoted it. Let me see. Pyroclastic flow. Just going to do a quick research. I overshot it in my head. So, Captain must correct the record. A pyroclastic flow, also known as a pyroclastic density current or a pyroclastic cloud, is a fast-moving current of hot gas and volcanic matter, collectively known as tephra, that flows along the ground away from a volcano at speeds of 100 kilometers per hour. That is 30 meters per second, or 60 miles per hour. Well, I got some figures wrong, chat. I apologize for that. But is capable... Oh, no, I wasn't wrong, because it's capable of reaching speeds up to 700 kilometers per hour, so it's maybe not faster than sound, but it's half as fast at least. The gases in tephra can reach temperatures of 1,000 degrees Celsius, that's for you, Staffiate, and 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. So about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the correct number. I had it wrong, and the record is now correct. See, the captain will admit, look, it happens rarely. But I have been known to be wrong. On occasion, from time to time. The cutting edge of societal evolution was what, yes, regular, referring to El Rushbo. Star Fury saying this isn't parody, it's the video of the real meeting. I mean, almost literally, the only reason I would doubt that is that the character that he's playing is kind of aware, like the moment when he's like, oh, thank God. Yeah. He's, oh, that'll work. Oh, thank God. That shows more self-awareness than I think J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay have. Seriously, they are literally revisiting at length the dumbest plot hole I have ever seen. That would be Galadriel jumping into an ocean. And how will she survive? Or unless she has got to be the dumbest character in Middle-earth to not have on her mind how she's going to survive that, right? So anyway. So my point is, like, they are revisiting that plot hole, which tells me that they don't even understand how stupid they are. Like, and then they go into interviews and they're like, well, all of this hate that we're getting, this is this is what they said. It is, quote, patently evil. The criticism they're getting. And it's like, that is not an indicator of self-awareness. You know what I'm saying? So it's actually, I think the reality is even worse. Neutron Pack is in the chat. Says, is Rings of Power that bad? I haven't seen season 1. Well, the pitch meeting I just played for you, Neutron Pack, that's literally as good as a season recap. That is a season recap. They did not exaggerate anything. They did not exaggerate anything. That's literally what happens. You tell me. You tell me, Neutron Pack. Let's see. Yeah, so there we go. What else we have? Now, next in the stack of stuff, I had, I kind of want to double check. I want to take a look at this Skeleton Crew trailer. Let's see if I can get away with playing this. Because I'm just curious. I don't know if I've seen this trailer. I just want to react to it a little bit. I don't think I have, because I don't see a downvote on it. So here we go. This is for Skeleton Crew, the new Disney Star Wars. Aren't you excited?
Tomorrow's test will set the course of your entire future.
Okay, stop the tape. You know, this is the thing I constantly notice about Disney Star Wars. Every setting looks the same to me. It really does. Like, look at this classroom they have the kids in. Just take a look at this. It looks like a really boring convention center. It looks like a boring, worn-down convention center somewhere with a bunch of school desks set up oddly in the middle of it. It's all white and beige. Everything is like these drab colors. There's no sense of wonder or beauty in this world. It is the most mundane, boring thing I could picture. And it's like every single Star Wars series looks like this now. These kind of muted, drab color sets. What is this? This is bizarre, isn't it? Look at how sterile and clinical everything looks in this world. All right. Resume tape.
Don't you ever want to do anything exciting? Like what? What if we could go anywhere we want in the whole...
Stop the tape. Now look at the... So they are clearly trying to... They're trying to recreate without actually recreating it, like a typical American suburb of like the 50s or 60s, right? But it's in Star Wars. And because it's in Star Wars, we have to make it look Star Warsy. And so they've simply altered the design of the streetlights, and they've slightly altered the shape of the roofs of the houses in order to make it kind of look Star Warsy. But it's clearly just them aping 1950s suburbia. And I just find it odd. It's kind of uncanny. Listen, I actually have newfound respect for what George Lucas achieved with the prequels and the original trilogy. He was able, with the prequels, to create new places, new environments, the underworld of Coruscant, like far-flung corners of the Republic. He was able to create new settings, experiences, characters, species that really did feel like different They felt fantasy, otherworldly, but also they all seemed to fit within this world. Nothing felt out of place for the most part. There was like one scene on Coruscant with Dex's diner in Attack of the Clones I thought was super cringe. It was kind of like this. It was kind of like, oh, I see that you're clearly trying to do a 1950s diner and it looks weird in this world. That's like one case of the Uncanny Valley. I'm kind of blown away that George Lucas was able to always show something kind of new and inspiring. Whether you like the prequels or not, the boring, unimaginative nature of Disney Lucasfilm has just really given me new respect and admiration for what Lucas was able to achieve.
Whole galaxy. A real adventure. No more pretend.
Oh my god. They've got Star Wars characters like they're like suburban American kids addicted to their iPads. Oh no. No! I don't want the galaxy far, far away to be like current day modern life. And I'm not even talking about wokeness. I'm just talking about literally current day modern life. The whole point of the Star Wars universe is it's different. It's a galaxy far, far away. And now it just feels... Literally, this is a kid who's on his iPad at night. Come on.
I found something buried in the woods. What do you think it is?
I think it's a lost Jedi temple.
So they're trying to do the Goonies in space. They're trying to do the Goonies in Star Wars, basically. What era is this supposed to be, Skeleton Crew? Is this supposed to be during the Empire? I honestly don't know. I don't understand the time and place of this. So they're looking... This is a lost Jedi temple.
Be careful where you step. We're lost. Really lost.
You know, I appreciate the idea of wanting to do kind of a fun kids adventure in the Star Wars universe, and I happen to think that a TV show is probably the best format for that. You know, it's not going to be like it's not going to be an event film, right? So yeah, make it a fun show for the kid. I actually am not opposed to that. I think the idea of that has promise. I think it could be a lot of fun in the right hands. The problem I have with this is the story is boring. A bunch of kids stumble onto a ship and they get flung across the galaxy and they got to get home and they go on wacky adventures. Isn't there a better way to get at this? You know, I'm trying to think about like an example, like Stranger Things. Obviously, I'm a giant fan of Stranger Things. I love how it is kind of a classic 80s movie, kind of Goonies story, but it's also mixed with the supernatural and government conspiracies and the way they have to kind of team up with the adults to fight the monster. You know, the kids have imagination, but the adults have the weapons and the actual ability to fight the upside down creatures. That works so well, and I love that so much. But there is something Stranger Things has, which is a sense of peril. A sense of real danger, but also not just danger for the sake of danger, but like something meaningful. Like they're trying to find their lost friend Will Byers. Like, dude, Stranger Things Season 1 is an epic Golden Fleece story. It is a perfect Golden Fleece story because it is the quest to find Will Byers, which is primal, it's powerful, it's meaningful, and the ending to Stranger Things Season 1 is one of the most emotionally beautiful things I've seen in a long time. Right? And so what I'm saying is there needs to be some real sense of danger, some real fear of loss. And I feel like kids stumbling into a Jedi temple is just boring to me. What about this? Follow me on this. The kids find themselves on a planet invaded by someone bad in the universe, and they are captured, and they're going to be sold to the spice mines or something. And literally, they are facing a life of hell. And they manage to escape, just barely, and they're running for their lives. That And they do go on an adventure. They learn new skills. They survive incredible odds. But like there's real stakes. I think that would be interesting. There's a Disney movie of all things from a long time ago called Far and Away? It's a little too dark for what I'm suggesting, but the premise is helpful to observe here. It's called Far and Away, and it's about basically a group of young people, like a couple adolescents and some kids who are with their families, who basically they're in the they're basically in the African savannah, and what they do is they raise awareness about poaching. I forget exactly basically the plot. It's been a long time since I saw it, but the basic idea is they are activists who try and prevent poaching, and the poachers don't like that. And so while the kids just happen to be away from the house, these poachers descend on their family and murder their entire family. It's horrific. It's terrible. And the kids arrive back at the house to see that the poachers have murdered their entire family. And now they're kind of stranded. And they have to run for their lives. And it's this brilliant odyssey, right? Why couldn't you do something like that in the Star Wars universe?
Tis dangerous out there in space. Trust no one.
Remember the Force?
You're a Jedi.
Children, I hope you watched The Acolyte, because you should not trust the Jedi. You should don't avoid the Jedi. Avoid the Jedi at all costs. Oh my God, the Jedi as envisioned by Leslie and Hedlund are a nightmare. They are a nightmare. Wow. That, listen. If I had never seen The Acolyte, if I had never seen Obi-Wan Kenobi, if I had never seen Ahsoka, The Mandalorian Season 3, this is the way. If I had never seen The Rise of Skywalker or The Last Jedi, if I had never seen any of that, and I saw this trailer, I would say that looked kind of boring, and I would rather do this a different way, but it could be good. We'll wait and see. That's what I would tell you. I'd say, let's wait and see. Maybe this will be good. We don't live in that timeline. In the timeline we live in, I'm telling you right now, with basically like 99% certainty, this is going to be a pile of crap. And the shills are going to be out there clapping for this. And they're going to say, oh my God, the key, literally keys. I can't believe it. Literally the Force is pulling keys, jangling keys. and the shills are going to go, dude, they are going to go wild for that. They're not even going to see the meme in it. They're going to be like, I'm literally clapping for Force jangled keys. And it's going to be a dumpster fire. We're going to point out the obvious truth that, wow, this writing is shit. This is really boring. This is terrible acting. Whatever the problems are. And they're going to deny it. And then they're going to slowly but surely, at least about 60% of them are going to slowly kind of admit in an indirect way that it's true and it sucked. But hey, maybe the next one. They never learn. Now, could I be wrong? Yeah, sure. I'm allowing a 1% chance for that. Maybe it's brilliant. I don't know. Who's writing it? I don't know. Jude Law is a great actor. I love Jude Law. He's a fantastic actor. But Rosario Dawson is a good actor. Ray Stevenson is an excellent actor. Ewan McGregor is an amazing actor. Okay? The problem is the writing and the show running. Like, it's... Yeah, so I don't have any hope for this show. The fact that Jude Law is a great actor, it's not enough to save this. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I totally agree with you, the Foreign Belt. The planet they're showing, it looks like 1950s suburbia. Oh, but we Star Wars did a little. And you're saying, yeah, what planet is that? Earth? I mean, they're so unimaginative. they're so unimaginative. This goes right back to Terminator Zero, Alien Romulus, the Crow remake, like basically everything I have literally seen in consecutive order. Rings of Power too. Literally all the last four things I've seen. It's the same thing. They just plagiarize. They just plagiarize better scenes, better lines from better movies or shows we've already seen. And it's like basically what they're doing in this case is they are plagiarizing stuff like the Goonies and, just 50s Americana. They're just plagiarizing it and trying to, like, put a Star Wars skin on it. And it's like, that's not how creativity, well, maybe a better word is, that's not how originality works. But see, you and I are interested in originality. I think the penny dropped for me when I was watching Terminator Zero. I think the penny dropped for me a little bit because I was like, see, I'm interested in originality. I don't think we're dealing with people that care about that. And at least they don't think their audience does either, because they're just plagiarizing all kinds of other shit. And it's going to be the same thing. They're just going to be, oh, it's a Jedi. Oh, it's a Jedi temple. Oh, it's the Force. Oh, it's a spaceship. It's like that, but that's just stuff we've seen. What about the Jedi? What about the Force? You know what I mean? So yeah, it's very, but they don't see that as a loss. I find it kind of pathetic, really, because I can't relate to that. I cannot identify with a creative person who's not seeking to be original. Now, I'm not saying that, like, because you seek it, you will achieve it. Certainly, I seek to be as original as possible in my own writing, but of course, it's like I look at parts of it and I'm like, that was too cliche. I shouldn't have done that. But it's out there. So there's nothing I can do now. Just move forward, try and do better, right? But at least I'm pursuing it. You know what I mean? Like, at least I want to achieve that. I mean, Christopher Nolan is one of the most original filmmakers. He just is probably the most original filmmaker we've got right now. The man I don't think he has the constitution to do what these idiots do and just lift things and just repurpose them. Nolan would be like Ian McKellen. If they said to Nolan, we want you to do a remake of your Dark Knight trilogy, and by the way, you have to make sure that all of these lines from the trilogy are in it. Like, you have, like, the line where the Joker says, and here we go. That has to be in it. And go make that remake. Christopher Nolan, if he had to do that, he'd be like Ian McKellen in that volume. Just like, this isn't what I do. This isn't what I do. Because exactly, like, that the purpose of art is to create something new, something visionary, something people have never seen before, something that moves people deeply. What is art if not that pursuit? What is even the point? If you don't want that, what are you doing? Why are you a writer? Why are you a director? Why are you an actor? You want to sit there in some green volume and just do shit that's already been done? Why are you in this business? I'm not asking rhetorically. I have no answer. I have no answer. I wouldn't be in for that. Now look, if you're a low-level writer, you get hired into a writer's room, you gotta turn in some pages. That's one thing, all right? I'm not gonna give anyone demerits for that. But if you are a showrunner, and you're like, oh yeah, let's have the line about there is no fate. Let's have the line about come with me if you want to live. Let's recreate the cop precinct shootout from the first Terminator. Let's recreate the time travel jump from the second one. In Terminator Zero, they literally have the T-800 dress up in a motorcycle cop outfit with the helmet, just like the T-1000 in the second film. They plagiarize everything. Why? Why? I don't understand it. Explain it to me, 400 Belt. Star Fury says, have they ever seen Coruscant or Tatooine? Listen, there are literally 3 settings in Star Wars now. Desert planet, green planet, DMV. That's it. Coruscant, DMV. That's it. The Forwarder Belt says, so the show is about kids. Kids are annoying. They kind of are. Like, I will say, I love Stranger Things. Sometimes I click about 10 seconds ahead when the kids are yelling. I really do. They're all like, guys, the Demogorgon, the Demogorgon. Like, click, click, click. I'm like, I don't need to hear this part again. It's really annoying. It's not their fault. They have high-pitched squeaky voices, and it's very annoying. I couldn't stand it if I had a squeaky voice like that. Star Fury says, I am now flashing back to the truly shit Ewoks movies. I watched those as a kid. Those I remember those. And I kind of hated those. They were dark and kind of scary and sad. I didn't like those. Dude, the 80s is a terrible time for kids' movies, I think. Because the Never-Ending Story and the Dark Crystal, the Ewok movies, they all gave me nightmares, man. They were nightmare fuel for a kid, I think. Star Fury says, we casually stole a space sheet, as you do. Yeah, exactly. This is a remake of the Explorers movie, 1984. I want a remake of Flight of the Navigator in Star Wars. See, now that's a better idea, Star Fury. I like where your head's at. Was that a pirate accent I just heard? Arg. I know. It's rough, man. It is really rough. Skunk's Workshop says, exactly, why should I have any hope for this show? Yeah, yeah. If I had never seen any of the other Drek, I'd say, yeah, let's see what happens. But listen, if it were a brilliant show, it would only be the exception that proves the rule. That's the exception that proves the rule. Yeah, once in a while, a broken clock. I mean, Andor... I honestly don't think Andor is, on the whole, a great show. I think it is a show with brilliant episodes and some pretty amazing character work and character drama that's terribly paced and too long. Still, it's like 1,000 times better than any other D+, well, pretty much anything. So, Star Fury. That's what I wanted to say, Star Fury. That's what I wanted to say. And also the lesbian space, which is also a void. But, that's what I wanted to say based on Leslie Headland's take. But I will leave that to the Master Gunner. Has that commie dude come back, Star Fury? Fu Man? Or, couldn't take the heat? Couldn't take the heat. Skunk says exactly. Why should I have any hope for this show? By the way, if you want to come into my chat and criticize me, I appreciate it. Thank you. Enjoy. But God, just spammers. If you're internet spam, I'm just gonna delete you. The chat. The chat. Where were we here? Anthony says, I'm out, folks. Well, thanks, Anthony. We're about to wrap it up anyway, Anthony, so I appreciate that. Says, I'm out, folks. Still feel a little sick from some medication. First medication, then it's back to bed. I need to sleep. Happy Labor Day. Happy Labor Day to you, Anthony. And thank you for coming. Captain Salute. There he goes. Get better, Anthony, says Joseph, and I agree. Joseph says, they just released some new Ewoks comics. Oh, jeez. Commie Killer. He's back, folks. Star Fury, he's back. He says, what about Star Wars? The Rise of Lord Dadi. Okay, whatever. He can... let him be, Star Fury. We'll see. He just wants to chill and say weird things. That's fine. Thanks for watching the show. Did I miss anything? Oh, Star Fury with a 2 pound sterling. I'm so sorry. I missed that. Star Fury. Thanks for taking the time to review Sonic. You're welcome. I feel like I didn't give you a good enough... I felt like that was not the Captain's best. I just do, because I haven't watched the first 2 films, and I don't know the lore, so that was kind of a weak sauce review, and I feel like I didn't do a good enough job, and it's just so... But I appreciate it. I'm glad. If you got some enjoyment out of it, I appreciate it. I'll have to watch the first 2 films and get a little better. Kami Killer says, I love you. Like and subscribe. Well, okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Let's see. Foreigner Belt says, we're only letting you stay here because you have an awesome name. Yeah, no. Maybe we just got off on the wrong foot. It happens. Misunderstandings happen. I mean, he's giving me compliments, so I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. The captain is okay with, as long as I am being flattered, he may stay. The captain will allow it. Now, let's have a nice closer. I want to have a really nice closer for this episode of the Captain's Cast live on YouTube X and Rumble. One more white pill to send us off tonight. As much as I hate to report the travesties of Terminator Zero and what was the other one that I watched? It's already gone out of my head. Oh, yes, Rings of Power. The ring-a-ling-a-ding-dong, as Jeremy from the Quartering calls it. There are good things being made, such as The Terror on Netflix. Definitely check that out. Brilliant. Brilliant. I am rewatching it, and I'm binging it again. I'm like, damn, I can't help. I binged the novel, and I'm binging the show. It's so dang good. But let's celebrate another thing that came across that I saw this week. I think this movie is going to be awesome, and I am so excited for this. I give you Superman, the Chris Reeve story. Take it away, Mr. Producer.
Everybody's looking for a hero. I am not a hero. That was a part. I played the part. I'm not that man.
Folks, can we take just a moment to appreciate the John Williams Superman theme? My God, what an incredible, beautiful score that is. Wait a minute. What did I see in the chat? I think I saw someone saying they wanted shills. Do you want shills? We'll do an overtime if you want shills. We'll go into overtime if you want Grizzy shills. You let me know, chat. It's up to you. It's up to you. If you want Grizzy shills, we'll do them. All right, here we go. Continue. Star Fury says shills. Okay, cool. Well, let's finish up a little bit of this trailer, because this is beautiful.
Hands down, he was Superman from day one.
I realized that if I could pull off this part, it would change my life.
John Houseman said, Mr. Reeve, it is very important you become a serious classical actor. Unless, of course, they offer you a load of money to do something else.
He convinced me when I first met him that he would fly.
Doing things with my dad, it was all about activity and action. Riding bikes, playing soccer, skiing.
Carpe diem, Al! My dad was very competitive, and he didn't necessarily slow down.
We said goodbye, and he gave this wave. That was the last time I saw him on his feet.
Mr. Reeve. I still remember when that happened, and it was the most freak accident ever. He was doing dressage on his horse, and I think the horse tripped, if I remember, or something, and he was flung over the horse. And if he had just been flung off the horse, he probably would have been fine. But his hand got caught in a part of the saddle, like a strap, so, either the reins or a strap in the saddle, and so it kind of held him to the horse, and it basically whipped him like head first into the ground and broke his neck, and it was so horrible. And believe me, at that time, it had been a while since the Superman movies. He was Superman. Like, that was everyone knew Christopher Reeve is Superman, so it was the worst thing.
Currently has no movement or spontaneous respiration.
Superman, crazy. Just that simple little thing over the horse.
I'd ruined my life and everybody else's. I won't be able to ski, sail, throw a ball to Will. Won't be able to make love to Dana. Maybe we should let me go.
She came flying in, and she just yelled, "I love you.
I love you. And then she said the words that saved my life. You're still you, and I love you.
He and Robin were such good friends because they could match each other.
Robin also had struggles that he dealt with his whole life, and I think that they both were aware of darkness.
Brother Chris is fighting like crazy. When you find people who fight like that but still keep their humanity, that gives you great hope.
That is tough because I can feel him, but he can't feel me.
It must have been hell for my mom, too, knowing what she had lost.
I felt I needed to do something, not just for myself, but for everyone else in the same condition.
The fact that Superman was in a wheelchair and was willing to go public with it was huge.
Help is on the way.
The Christopher and Dana Reeve Paralysis Act.
People are literally walking because of him.
What is a hero?
Holy shit, folks. The music, I don't want to pause it, but I have to for, copyright reasons. But wow. Wow, the way they're integrating that John Williams score, they're giving me chills.
My answer was that a hero is someone who commits a courageous action without considering the consequences. Now my definition is completely different. I think a hero is an ordinary individual who finds the strength to persevere and endure in spite of overwhelming obstacles.
I wouldn't have missed this for the world.
Dude, I will go to theaters to see that. Wow. What an incredible trailer. Absolutely beautiful. And a reminder that good storytelling and amazing just goodness and morality, life can imitate art and art can imitate life. And I think that's what that story is really about. And it reminds me that the light will always win in the long run. Dr. Steve Turley was pointing out that evil, darkness, is by its very nature nothing. And it can only exist in the shadow. It can only exist when light is present as a kind of parasitic thing. And eventually it will run out of fuel and it will burn out if left to its own devices. Tolkien was very clear on this point. The reason that Gollum was partly what kept the ring alive and almost delivered it back to Sauron, but Gollum is also the reason the ring was destroyed, right, in the Lord of the Rings story. Because what Tolkien was pointing out is that evil has a way of undoing itself, and that's because evil by its nature cannot create. It can only destroy what exists. And all you have to do to eliminate the darkness is turn on the light. And that's what Superman, the character, represents. That's what Christopher Reeve as Superman represents. And that's what his legacy as someone who kept fighting and kept persevering in the face of such an overwhelming disaster in his life continues to spread hope and light and optimism in the world. And that's what that story represents. And I'm so excited about. I'm going to go see it. I'm going to go see it in the theater. I think that is, and that score, my God, it's so good. It is so brilliant. All right, we need some shills, don't we? So anyway, a hat tip and a captain's salute to Christopher Reeve. And I remember being a kid and watching those movies. I loved those movies. Superman was the greatest hero, and it was because of Christopher Reeve's performance. Until I discovered Spider-Man, and then it was a whole different story. But I will say Spider-Man kind of became my favorite hero in my adolescence. But as a child, definitely Superman was just the greatest thing ever. And it's not his power. See, this is another reason why the woke mind virus is so kind of pathetic and small in its thinking. Superman was not someone to look up to because of his power. He was someone to look up to because of his goodness. his kindness, his compassion, his courage, his joy. You know, that's such a crucial part of Superman's personality that I think people overlook. It's like Superman takes joy in being part of humanity. He takes joy in being part of the world. He loves the world. He loves humanity. You know, it's something that's very missing in this Terminator Zero story. I believe that where Terminator Zero really misses the mark is that clearly this story views humanity as irredeemable and having nothing good to offer. They literally have a line, can you name one good thing that humanity has done for the planet? And I considered this question when the show presented it. And I said, admittedly, I find that a hard question to answer. Because, yeah, can I point out good things humanity has done for humanity? Yes. Can I point out something that humanity has done that benefits us in no way at all, but is good for the planet? And I will admit, that's a hard question to answer. But when I really thought about it, one thing comes to mind, and in my view, it may be the only thing that we need to say. What is the one good thing humanity has done for this planet, on this planet, that we treasure, and that is a paradise, and that we are so lucky to be a part of? What is that one thing we've done? We have seen it. We are here as conscious, spiritual beings witnessing this world and its beauty and its majesty. And yes, we have stumbled, and yes, we have done wrong, and yes, the fight is not over to master our demons and live up to our better angels, but it wouldn't be a story worth telling if there weren't obstacles to overcome. We are here because we are part of the universe. We are part of it. We are the universe. We are its eyes and ears. Not its only eyes and ears, but we are a very important part of its eyes and ears, bearing witness to itself and its own unfolding. This planet is here. We are here. We're part of it. It gave us life, and in return, we see it. We witness it. We look at its beauty and wonder in breathtaking awe. And that is something that could not happen if we were not here to witness it. And what I think the first two Terminator films were actually saying, if you watch them again, is that we do have something to offer this planet, and we do belong here, despite our faults and despite our sins. And make no mistake, Skynet and the Terminators represent our sin. They are the monster unleashed by our sins. Just like Godzilla, they are a product of our crimes. And as you would expect, we are being revisited by our sins. However, Sarah Connor, in the second film in particular, makes such a beautiful case for humanity when she says, if a Terminator, a machine, can learn the value of human life, maybe we can too. And that, to me, tells me that the Terminator films, at least the first two, are not an exercise in nihilism. They are not a black pill. They are not saying that we are irredeemable, or that the only hope we have is to change. That is, the only hope we have of being anything good is to change. In other words, we've never been good. We've never had anything to offer, which is what Terminator Zero postulates. Rather, that human life is precious and valuable, and it has meaning. And Sarah Connor represents the argument for that. And so yeah, I think that that's why I wanted to highlight Christopher Reeve's beautiful life. Why did that terrible thing happen to him? Well, it's horrible, and I can't imagine having to go through that. On the other hand, he turned that into a gift for humanity. He turned that into hope and inspiration for other people suffering. He turned it into affirmation of us all and everything that every human being struggles with. His choice not to give up If there's ever been a reason to give up, I can't think of a better one, and yet he chose life. So, in answer to your stupid question, Terminator Zero, of what have humans ever done for this planet? We've chosen to live. We've chosen to love life. We've chosen to find joy and meaning and beauty everywhere we look. We've chosen to build families. We've chosen to fight for things that are meaningful to us, like freedom, like love, like nature and its beauty and wonder, like the great beyond, to find out curiosity. Curiosity. What's out there? That's what Star Trek was about. That's what Doctor Who was about. That's what Star Wars and the Jedi and the Force was about. Not nihilism, not darkness, but the light. The light. That's what Superman is about. It's even, if you can believe it, what Batman is about. Let's have some shills, shall we? Mr. Producer, bring me the shills. Mr. Grizzy, if you don't know, there is a type of fan, if they could be called that, who love stuff like Skeleton Crew. They love nihilism and darkness and evil Jedi, and it's not their fault. They suffer from a disease, folks. They suffer. It's called shillery by proxy. It is a medical condition. It's diagnosable. It's very debilitating. They can barely get through life. They have emotional outbursts. They see bigotry everywhere they look. And worst of all, it results in an extreme case of masochism. No matter what Disney does, no matter how much Disney defecates on every lore that they've ever invested any time in, they just say, thank you, Disney, we love you. And Disney says, screw you. Kiss my boot, slave. And they're, oh, yes, Disney. Yes, Disney. Don't look at me. Don't make eye contact. Oh, sorry, Disney. Sorry, Disney. Disney doesn't like that. They're called shills, folks, and they make me sick. But there is a man who has a strong cast iron stomach and a stiff upper lip. His name is Grizzy, and he is a man of science. He is a man of investigatory technique. He's written a doctoral thesis studying the shill, their psychology, their habits, their strange, visible tics. And he investigates why they have this disease and how it might be cured. Well, if not cured, how it might be avoided. And so we're going to take a look at some Grizzy shills. And what do we have? Let's see. I believe I was going to do... Yes, they're still defending the Acolyte, folks, so we're going to go with that one. I already love it. Hang on. Let me get it queued up here. Star Fury, what is this joy you speak of? I know only darkness and hate for Star Wars. Tell me, Star Fury, you're signed up to Darth Melvin, right? The Knights of Melvin, that YouTube channel. I've got, you know what? I've got to jump in on a Darth Melvin stream. So you and him would just, you're totally simpatico. He wouldn't have batted an eye at your reference to the hygiene facilities of the Shill Rehab Center. He wouldn't have blushed at all. Darth Melvin goes hard, man. So you gotta be okay. Here we go. Run the shills. Put a like on that video first. So on the screen you have this tweet for save the Acolyte. I broke down crying about the Acolyte tonight. Oh, no. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. They're like, dude, Disney stepped on your face, babe. Why have some self-respect? She's literally crying about her abusive ex-boyfriend. You know what I mean? Quote, I've been grieving privately for days. Well, now you're grieving publicly. And I needed to let it all out. This show means more to me than words can say. It made me feel seen as a female Star Wars fan and as a woman who is taught by society to hide her rage. Try being a man. Try being a man. This is so incredible. This is what I loved about Barbie. Where did feminists get this idea that men don't have to, like, deal with their own rage? What? Do you understand how testosterone works? Literally, to be a civilized man, you have to learn how to restrain your anger, your emotions. You must, because it is, particularly in the case of being a man, if you don't, it results in physical violence. Why do these feminists think that men do not have to do this? It's so stupid. Any man that doesn't do this is a brute, a criminal. He's probably in prison. It's so bizarre. Anyway, all right, roll the tape. Oh, yes, Celine Dion. Oh, Chrissy, that's so good.
Why can't the girls have fun things for the girlies?
Leslie Headland was so dedicated as a fan of Star Wars.
And Manny Jacinto did such an amazing job, and you canceled his show on his birthday!
It's definitely...
I cannot understand all these. I can understand men who are attracted to men thirsting over Manny Jacinto. What I cannot understand is straight males just going crazy about Manny Jacinto. Straight men sitting next to their wives. Just like, oh my God, Manny Jacinto. I'm so here for this. I'm like, what is that? This is so weird.
Because incels didn't like two people of color holding hands. They
hit
the second tower.
What? Congrats, bigots, you won. How does it feel? Allow me to answer that rhetorical question. It feels fucking great. It feels fucking great. The Acolyte is dead. It is dead. But I will say, madam, you give us too much credit, madam. You give us too much credit. You assume that we killed it. We did nothing. We did nothing. Well, we may have critiqued it mildly. I may have mildly, constructively, compassionately critiqued it. But it was the stupid writing and no one watching it that killed it. So listen, I love taking credit. I'm having a great time, but I can't take credit. Not really. Not it. Look, listen, if I am a man of integrity and high ethical quality, I cannot, with respect, madam, take credit for the failure of the Acolyte. That, unfortunately, is the ignoble responsibility of one Leslie Headland, former personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, grossly incompetent writer, and very unfortunate looking woman. It's constructive criticism. This is so pathetic. This is exactly what... Wait, no, I missed it. This is exactly what these right-wing incels wanted. And now they get to celebrate. I'm so disappointed in Star Wars right now. Well, then be disappointed in Star Wars. Why are you mad at us? What are you mad at me for? What did I do? I didn't do anything. I'm just sitting here, with my 1,278 subscribers, I think. Maybe I'm up to 1,300 right now. Thank you. Appreciate you. Love you. What did I do? I'm complaining on the internet. Leslie Headland is the one who did you dirty. Disney's the one that canceled the show. You go talk to Bob Iger. Go talk to him. What are you talking to me for? Why do they think we did this? So stupid. They're so mad. They're so mad, folks. Star Fury from Mad Blue. Are you having fun yet? I should say at all. Everyone in the chat. Are you having fun? The Acolyte got what it deserved.
To anyone celebrating the Acolyte getting canceled?
Yes, me in the front. Thank you.
Seriously, off.
Whoa! Eric Voss of the New Rockstars is pissed. Could it be because he has been successfully exposed as a paid...
He is mad as a hornet, folks.
Disney shill.
Just go to any Star Wars celebration or even Galaxy's Edge in Disneyland or Disney World, and you will know that Star Wars under Disney is as popular, if not more popular, than it ever was.
And he's now been exposed to the point that he feels the need to come out and defend himself.
Listen, okay? Listen. These are dumb people, man. This guy's dumb. I'll say he's dumb. Because this, to me, is the tell, right? This is the tell. If I were in this guy's position and I loved the Acolyte and I just thought that it was brilliant, and everyone hated it, my attitude would be, number one, why did they hate it? Because I am curious. The captain is curious. I'm a curious man. And I would want to know why everyone hated it. And then once I'd kind of figured out kind of what the critiques were, I would decide whether I agreed, what I agreed with, what I didn't agree with. And one of two conclusions I would come to. Conclusion one, they're wrong. I think there's a lot to recognize, such as in the case of Waterworld. I think there's a lot about Waterworld that people, that works well in that movie that people overlook. Okay, fine. That would be conclusion one. Or conclusion two, they're correct. Such as in the case of Deadpool and Wolverine, the long man Mahler thinks the storyline is terrible and really is extremely lazy. And he hates it. I like the movie, but I agree. He's correct. The storyline is crap, but what makes it work is the character-driven buddy love story of Wolverine and Deadpool, right? That's conclusion two. That's how I would look at this. Okay, they're right. The Acolyte's kind of trash and has a bunch of plot holes, but what they don't see is, I enjoy it. I just enjoy seeing, Chimera coming out of that pool. Wait, what? No. What I'm saying is there's a way to get at this that does not include delusion. This man is delusional, okay? I love Avatar. A lot of people think Avatar is dumb as hell. I'm actually conclusion one on Avatar. Like, I see the flaws, but there's a lot about Avatar I could use to defend it, and I would on another stream, but that's a story for another day. So what I'm saying is this is pathetic. This is pathetic, weak behavior here.
It does not pay for reviews. That is a myth. But what they do is they give access to influencers and journalists.
Which includes flying.
This is why I despise the media. I despise anyone that associates themselves with the mainstream media. You are gaslighting. You are complicating. You know damn well you are being incentivized.
You out there, whining you and dining you, giving you very good lodging and early access to the press premiere of the show. Pretty much a free vacation. And throw in some free passes to Galaxy's Edge, why not?
And people have accused that access of being a form of payment or influence, when in reality, Disney has always made it clear, we don't really care if you give negative reviews of our stuff, we just don't want you to engage in toxic bullying.
Dude, I love this. I love this right here. We mind our own business, play a Dungeons & Dragons game with hot, busty female elves. Okay. Nasty, grotesque orcs that come around, marauding, reeving, pillaging. We're minding our own business. We're having a good time. You wackos come along and say, oh my God, this is so heteronormative. Oh my God, there is way too much patriarchy. Oh my God, the orcs are coded as black people. Wait, what? What? Well, you know that they are. That's what you think. No, I don't. Yes, you do. You're bigots. No, that's not true. Oh, you're denying it? You're definitely a white supremacist. This needs to be taken away from you. You shouldn't be part of this fandom. And also, we need to rewrite it. And we need to race swap all the characters. And it's like, and then we say, no, you can't do that. And they're like, stop bullying me. They create a video game called Dustborn. It's meant to be like the ultimate woke video game. Literally, the powers you get as the hero of the story, is to bully, gaslight, and manipulate your own friends in the story. Dude, speaking of this shill, you're a fucking wacko, man. You are a wacko. And you make me sick.
Now, I was fortunate to meet Leslie Headland at a press event hosted
You may be the only man on earth who's ever said I was fortunate. I was fortunate to meet Leslie Headland. I would never count myself fortunate. You know, the worst part is I have to imagine the smell. And that, oh, Jesus. I don't know. I channeled my inner Star Fury there. I think I went too hard there. Fu Man, did I go too hard there? You let me know. You're like, you know, Fu Man Blue is sort of like, who is the, actually, Tom, you are the, you're the ship's counselor. Let me know if you want to be reassigned, but you are the ship's counselor. I may have given you a role, but I may have given you a rank before. You let me know. But Tom is the ship's counselor, and he has to make sure that the captain's not going off the rails.
By Lucasfilm in May. The invite list included content makers that Headland had come across during her research and creators she felt were more fair in their Star Wars coverage. To be clear, not uniformly positive, just fair.
Oh, not universally positive, just fair. And who decides in this instance what's fair coverage and what's fair criticism? According to what Eric Voss just said, Leslie Headland makes that decision.
The invite list included content makers that Headland had come across during her research and creators she felt were more fair in their Star Wars coverage.
And surprise, surprise, everyone in this clip here loved the Acolyte and has passionately defended it. Some of them you will even see here shortly in this very video.
This meeting included something that often happens at these events, a group photo with everybody, including Leslie Headland and even Dave Filoni. And now looking back, I think it was well-intentioned and a wonderful experience, but that particular photo backfired just a bit.
Ah, yes, the infamous Disney Acolyte shill photo. I'm sure many of you have already seen this.
Because some accounts saw this photo and just saw a list of Disney shills whose approval of the series must have been bought off with stickers. And having been there that day, I can tell you that was not the case.
Well, Eric, I happen to know for a fact that...
Why not mix some truth into your lies, you dummy? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's like, everything about Disney is great. Disney is popular. Nothing is wrong. Everything is excellent. Dude, like, nothing you said is true. It's objectively false. Like, people might be willing to hear you out if you would say, like, yes, I had access, and yes, I love the show, I think it's great, and you might say that, yeah, I'm overpraising it because I was there. I promise you I'm not. Listen, I understand that some of the episodes were a little slow or had a clunky plot hole here or there. I acknowledge that, but where I think it was strong was Chimera this and blah, blah. Like, literally, you can't find one thing to critique about this? You're such a liar, man. You're such a liar. You don't believe any of this, and if you do, you're dumb.
You got a lot more than just stickers because one of the idiots in this photo were recording when Disney Lucasfilm gave you all your presents.
Is that not the saddest? Like, is that not the saddest thing you've ever seen? I think this is so sad. Just like this sterile... like, it looks like a fold-out table. It's not, but it looks like a fold-out table. And there's just nothing. There's no decorations. There's no, like, refreshments. There's just, like, these bags and these boxes. Here, come get your goodies, shill. They have no respect for him. They don't care at all. They're just chattel. They're just chattel slaves to them. They're just like, the show's like, oh my God, it was so good meeting you, Leslie. All right, the picture's over. Move away from me. 6-foot perimeter, thank you. Security. No, I'm going. I was promised a tour and refreshments. You've been on the tour, shill. There is your bag. Get it and exit the building. Yes. Oh, thank you, Disney. Thank you, Disney. I have to. Don't you have a YouTube video to make? Yes, Disney, I do. Yes, thank you. I'm gonna go make that video right now. Oh, you better. We'll see, shill. Thank you, Disney. Oh, could you tell me about Skeleton Crew? Is that too much to ask? You know, security. They don't care.
presents.
Just a couple of things for everyone, so please feel free to grab one. We also have the first ever lightsabers from the Acolyte.
Wow, must have been an awful lot of stickers in those gift bags and no $1,000 gift cards or anything like that.
Not to talk myself out of future invites to these types of events, because I will always say yes to them. It's always such a great opportunity.
There's an Acolyte panel that we're on with some other people, and I'm like, if Manny shows up to that, I will faint.
Me too. Hold me with those arms.
Dude, what? Oh my God! It's like, oh, as I live and breathe. What did I say? I can't believe it, man. I mean, I'm assuming he's sitting there. Usually, it's like a husband-wife, boyfriend-girlfriend team. I don't know these two, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the dude's gay. I mean, fine, whatever. But, like, I'm telling you, these straight men thirsting after Manny Jacinto. It's weird. It's weird. I'm not saying there's anything wrong. I'm just saying it's weird, okay?
What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Smash the like button
Oh,
if
yeah.
you think
he is. Okay, he's the... That's Star Wars Explained Sex Play. Okay, yeah, he is. But he is a straight guy, I think. The current picture on the screen, which needs to move off the screen now, notwithstanding.
This is a fake marriage.
Do it. I'm super,
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so that's his wife. So I'm correct about this. I'm correct about this.
upset that there isn't going to be a second season of Acolyte. I had some ups and downs with the show itself. Like, 90 to 95% loved it.
I definitely had a period of time.
Like, legit, wow. Like, I almost had respect for that dude. I was like, oh, a little bit of respect for that. He's acknowledging it wasn't, and then he has to throw in, it's like 90, like, it had some ups and downs. It's like 95% good. Then that's a 9.5 out of 10, you moron. Like, that's a 95% out of 100. That is basically a near perfect score. Like, so that's not at all an up and down show. If I have rated anything a 9, what did I give a 9? The original Crow film. I said the original Crow film, which I just recently watched, I gave it a 9 out of 10 as a film. That is what I consider a nearly flawless film. That's what I consider an excellent, exemplary work of art. That's what I'm saying when I say 9 out of 10. I am saying it's like, it's good. It's great. So he's like, oh no, it was kind of, it wasn't the greatest for me. It was ups and downs, like 95%. What a bar. Respect retracted.
With anger and just overall sadness.
Who doesn't want to see more Darth Plagueis training Osha and Chimere or doing whatever? Maybe he kills Chimere, takes Osha as an apprentice. Who knows? Maybe he kills both of them and then goes get Palpatine.
These people are perfectly fine with Disney breaking canon.
Canon can be whatever you want.
But also you are imagining, you're envisaging a world in which interesting things happen in this show. When are you idiots going to learn? There is nothing interesting coming. There's not going to be any great reveals. There's not going to be some dramatic mystery explained. Like, there's nothing to this. Anyway.
Wanted to be.
Oh, that's a big boy, isn't he?
It doesn't matter if you enjoyed The Acolyte or not. The show was set up to fail from the start. It was set up to fail because it was written by Leslie Headland. With review bombers keen on hating a show that was written by a woman, starring a black femme. Why do you say femme? Just say black woman. Why are you saying femme? That's weird. And featuring a diverse cast. Canceling it just a month after it ended speaks volumes. It sure as shit does. Yes. Yes, it does. Also, the fact it was ever made speaks volumes. I love the Celine Dion. That's so good.
That was it. It was the first time that a lot of people really felt represented. It's like, we take it for granted because we're a bunch of white dudes.
That they're creating
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, every minute of these fucking wackos, man. Like, God, can you just imagine being such a sycophantic, just servile little willing slave, just a slave kissing the boot of all this sick ideology? It makes me sick.
Show that is got a lot of diversity and inclusion in front of and behind the camera, and as such became a target.
A target for who exactly? And I'm pretty sure all of you watching know.
Dude, this is like the best part of their gaslighting. Everything we love that has stood for decades or even centuries in the realm of storytelling, you wackos come to destroy, rewrite, and then you tell us there's nothing wrong with you rewriting all the lore and destroying everything. Get bent!
Oh, what he's gonna say.
Racist, sexist, homophobes, xenophobes, general bad faith hate mongers who may or may not even ever watch Star Wars.
And according to these three idiots, you are all of those things if you do not support this show. You can dislike and criticize it for reasons they and only they approve of course.
And whether or not you liked the Acolyte, I'm not going to argue with you. You are entitled to your opinion.
But you damn well better support it.
However, what the Acolyte represents to not just Star Wars fans, but to our society, to where we want to head to as a society, which is a much more inclusive society, it is important for us to rally around it.
Even if it's the worst.
This is exactly why leftist thinking always fails. It always fails because all they care about is intentions. They never care about results. See, what I find fascinating about what she's saying there is she's saying, well, diversity, equity, and inclusion is important. Shows that represent that are very important to our society. Therefore, they are important. It's like, okay, great. Let's just, for the sake of argument, grant you that premise. You should be demanding quality writing. You should be demanding quality directors, quality actors, good stories that represent those values, air quotes, well on screen, if you want that ideology, that sick ideology, to succeed. Why? Why don't you go tell Leslie Headland that? Why don't you tell her how important it is? Because she screwed the pooch. Why are you telling us? We didn't do anything. We just laugh at it a little. I give gentle, compassionate, constructive, mild feedback. Okay, that's all. I don't have the power to end the show. If I had the power, the show would have never happened. Ever. Like, ever. A lot of shows on D+ wouldn't have happened if I had the power. I just don't get this. This is why, like, they say things like, oh, we've got to solve the homeless problem. And then they elect people who say, well, we're trying really hard to solve the homeless problem, but it's not solving. And it's like, but we're good people because we want to solve the homeless problem and we care about solving the homeless problem. And unlike the bigots, we're trying to solve it. And the fact that it's not solving isn't our fault. That's basically the argument. It's basically, it's like this is why the shills are destined to lose, folks. They're destined to lose. Take heart. Take heart, my dear sailors and starnauts. How can we lose against these people? We can't. We can't because they don't even hold their own wackos to account for results. We can't lose, folks.
Worst piece of shit you've ever seen.
And lift it up and be like, hey, we want more shows like this. We are not going to be stuck in the...
The incredible thing is, babe, nobody wants more shows like this, and Disney keeps making them. You should be happy.
1950s or even 80s, quite frankly.
What? What Star Wars project came out in the 1950s? And the 1980s,
when I say these are stupid people writing these shows, make no mistake, people like that chick you just saw, like all of these people, these are people that are in writing rooms. These are people that are working on shit like Terminator Zero and The Crow and all this shit. Make no mistake, folks, when I say they're stupid people, I am dead on right. I am dead on right.
The original trilogy she's shitting on. I guess the toxic masculinity, white supremacist mindset George had while making these movies needs to be called out, according to this broad.
White whore.
Oh, God. Oh, Chrissy.
And I'm sure by now you've all seen this on social media, but these Disney shills can't stand the fact that we are celebrating this.
Yes. massive day for incel YouTube channels with under 10,000 subscribers making the worst clickbait and problematic videos you have ever seen. If honest to God, if I could say that I was making lots of clickbait videos that were problematic, I would consider that a success. Hey, Star Fury had a great comment related to this one. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Come on, Star Fury. You had it in here somewhere. Darth Melvin is based as F. Oh, yeah, good. Yes, I agree. Where is it? I saw it in the chat. Oh, there it is. Star Fury says, "How dare you assume I am involuntarily celibate? I am voluntarily celibate, I will have you know. Look at lesbian headlamp." Exactly. What makes you think we're involuntarily? If, assuming your premise were correct, that the captain were celibate. I mean, I am a man in the service, and it is improper to fraternize, but nevertheless, what makes you assume anything? Does this guy look like a guy who is like, just crushing it? Just crushing out there, I'm trying to watch the language, He's got his Grogu in his picture. There is so much more to say, but I'll end the night with this. If you are celebrating this cancellation, I am, and making it your business to harass the Acolyte fans, cast, and crew, it's you harassing us, you assholes. You are not a Star Wars fan. You're just a jerk. Well, I don't know if I'm a jerk, but I am right. And victorious. We are victorious over bad storytelling.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
And we shall inflict defeat after defeat after defeat! Roll tape!
Good Lord, can we get off of this toxic hamster wheel? Enough! Enough!
And we are in the same Star Wars fandom as some of these awful people.
And I just can't stand those people that
honest to God, listen, I am criticizing their work and their arguments and their behavior. But I bear no ill will. They are entitled to like the Acolyte. They're not bad people for liking the Acolyte. I'm not even saying they're bad people. There's one or two in there I might have something to say. But I'm not saying they're bad people. And I wish them well. I wish them well. And if I ran into them in public and they wanted to I would love to argue with them about this in a fun way. I'd tell them what I thought. But I wouldn't be assholes to them. Unless they're being assholes to me. So that's the problem. It's like they demand that, let's turn down the toxicity. You guys are being toxic. You're behaving in a toxic way. You're saying things like, this part of the fandom is bad and evil. And it's like, I'm not saying that about you. But hey, that's all right. You don't have to reciprocate. That is not necessary. The captain's compassion is boundless. It is limitless. It is unconditional, my dear sir.
have to go and attack everyone else for enjoying a thing.
For weeks, putting up with...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to keep stopping it, chat. I'm sorry to keep stopping it, chat. Literally every word out of their mouth. It's like they are guilty of exactly what they say, every single word they say. He says, you need to stop going out and attacking people. You attack Warhammer fans for liking the Space Marines, the all-male Space Marines. You attack Magic the Gathering fans for liking, that's probably a bad example, Dungeons & Dragons, for liking the orcs and liking the half-elves. Oh, but that's race-coded. You literally attack every single thing that we love. You attack everything that we love. You demand that it change. All of it. Who's attacking who here? Sir Madam Marit?
Endless. like hateful bullying comments and stuff.
But what's the point of going on and crapping on other people going, ha ha, told you, second season's not going to happen? Like, what's the point of that?
Because it's really, really funny.
It is wrong. We somehow need to figure out a way to mobilize as a community and spread positivity.
Oh my God, they're so Orwellian, right? Are they not Orwellian or what? What does she mean by that? We need to organize as a community and spread positivity. I guarantee you, let me translate that for you. Get people banned, get people deplatformed, isolate people socially, use cancellation methods to shut them up so that Disney can bless us all with more little blessings of Star Wars love.
Good luck.
If you got bullied like we did, I see you. It sucks.
Okay, real quick, I'm going to explain Molly here's definition of being bullied. So she comes out and says something completely ridiculous.
People are just coming out of the woodwork to say, oh, I hate it because the writing's bad. No, you hate it because there's a lesbian.
Going after people who are criticizing the show for legitimate reasons like the writing and saying, no, that's not valid, you're homophobic. And then...
And these are the people that say, you must listen to people share their truth, right? That's one of the things they say, oh, share your truth. Tell me your truth. So if I'm in a conversation with her and I say, I think this show had shitty writing, and her response to that is, no, that's not why you hate it. You hate it because you hate that a woman wrote it. She's denying my truth, and she's presuming to read my mind and tell me what I think. How are you supposed to have a positive, inclusive conversation with people like that? How are we supposed to have a conversation if you will not at least take me at my word when I share my ideas and my thoughts and my opinions? You blame us for the toxicity, babe. But what is it, if not toxic, to tell someone that what they're claiming they felt is a lie and that they really hate it for some other evil reason? What is that, if not bullying? Seriously.
When she gets...
And by the way, I would debate any of these people any day. I would love it. It would be fun. And I honestly, unless they were like super triggered and themselves being assholes, I think it'd be fun. Yeah, probably not. I better rethink that. But I would have a good time.
It's called out and
I would be respectful.
Clowned on for saying stupid shit like this. She's being bullied, and she's the victim.
Endless, like, hateful bullying comments and stuff.
I'm sorry, honey.
They're mobilized. They are online all the time.
Mobilized? What? What are you talking about? I'm just sitting here. I'm just doing a live stream. I'm not mobilizing anything. We don't like the show. What do you want from us? Like, what do you want from us? I don't understand this. Like, you want us to like something that's shit. How is that fair? That's not fair. Oh, and because what? Because seriously, though, let me answer my own question. Because that's how she would do things. She would mobilize, probably argue for like false flagging or deplatform. Possibly. I'm not saying she would because I don't know her personally. But I'm saying my opinion is that she's saying that because she's projecting the same kinds of behaviors she would do in our place.
A lot of them are using bots to spew their hate, to review bomb, to do all these things and target the creators, target the actors.
Yes, these poor actors and showrunners like Leslie Headland, right? And these disgusting people, they put this picture up of Leslie Headland and Harvey Weinstein and use it to troll her.
Dragged into this discourse was the fact that Leslie Headland is a lesbian who cast her wife Rebecca Henderson as Vernestra Rowe. Accounts hostile to Headland discovered that she used to work as an assistant at the Weinstein Company and began to spread all kinds of disgusting misinformation trying to connect Headland to Harvey Weinstein's crimes.
She worked as his personal assistant.
Why aren't you curious, Mr. Me Too, Mr. Male Feminist? Why don't you go ask her? We're just asking questions over here. Oh my God.
For 5 years, Eric, something you conveniently left.
I like this. Leslie Headland worked for Harvey Weinstein for 5 years, including as his personal assistant. Okay, true. I got to back this up. I'm missing something here. Not too far, because I don't want to see that picture again. There we go.
All kinds of disgusting misinformation trying to connect Headland to Harvey.
You know what's funny is I imitate these shills, right? Why do I make them sound like that? Listen to this guy, because it's exactly how they sound. It's exactly, dude. My impression of them is dead on. It is deadly accurate, folks. You know? Oh yes, Leslie Hamlet. Listen to how this guy talks. It's exactly how he talks. Oh no, sorry, I went too far back. We got to roll it.
Company and began to spread all kinds of disgusting misinformation trying to connect Headland to Harvey Weinstein's crimes.
She worked as his personal assistant for 5 years, Eric, something you conveniently left out in that little rant of yours. And you're telling us right now that she knew absolutely nothing about what was going on?
I seriously doubt that.
Leslie Headland is not a Star Wars fan. She's a shitty person, and her show deserved to fail. And Acolyte shills can cry about it all they want, but they eventually will back down like they always do and take the L.
It still wasn't enough. So with that, I say the fight is done. We lost.
I'm glad you did.
Oh my god!
Thanks for watching.
Oh my god, that was the best ending I think Grizzy's ever had on a video. That was so good. Oh my god. Wow. Grizzy, that was a stem winder. That was an absolute barn burner of a video. Hat tip, Mr. Grizzy. Make sure you're subscribed to Mr. Grizzy. You know, I'm sorry. I have to, one more time. I literally have got to see that ending one more time. That was truly magnificent. Hang on. Truly magnificent. Right here. Share tab. And the share tab. There we go. Just one more time.
Us right now that she knew absolutely nothing about what was going on?
I seriously doubt that.
Leslie Headland is not a Star Wars fan. She's a shitty person, and her show deserved to fail. And Acolyte shills can cry about it all they want, but they eventually will back down like they always do and take the L.
It still wasn't enough. So with that, I say the fight is done. We lost.
I'm glad you did.
Thanks.
Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Oh, Jack Nicholson's Joker. Yes. Chef's kiss. I hate that phrase, but I'm going to use it this one time. Chef's kiss. That was flawless victory. He was almost like literally channeling Obi-Wan Kenobi in the Obi-Wan show. The war's over. We lost. You know, it's like, yeah, I'm glad to see you living up to the archetypes of all the male characters that you've destroyed. I appreciate that about you, dear Shill. They have a disease, folks. It's serious. You know, I hope RFK Jr. in his new role for the upcoming Trump administration, I hope that RFK Jr. reforms the FDA, finally gets the corporate goons out of the research so that we can find a cure to this debilitating, crippling disease of shillery by proxy. Because, you know, as a captain of this vessel, Swords and Starships, of which we are all crew, sailors, star knots all, salute you, my dear chat, all you lurking and watching on the replay. We are nothing if not men and women of compassion. Love for human. I love humanity. And as such, we hate to see them suffer because the shills suffer. They suffer. They suffer. And it has to stop. Now, I just have to say, it's been a hell of a lot of fun hanging out with you, my dear chat. You guys, we went into overtime tonight. We went into overtime. No, Star Fury, I can't put that one up. He made a comment about goblins and how they're coded. Oh, no. Jeez. This is why you get in trouble, Star Fury. You know, Star Fury will come in the chat, and then he'll go on the Discord, or he'll go into the Rumble chat. Oh, by the way, did I check? Okay, good. I checked the Rumble chat. He'll go into the Rumble chat, and he'll say, Captain, oh, mean old YouTube just, like, sat me out. They timed me out. And I'm like, well, I didn't do it. And then I'm like, what'd you say, Star Fury? And then he'll say what he said. Oh, jeez. Well, you can't say that. You can't mention a certain chemical used in World War II or something like. You can't say that, you know. And he's like, "Well, what, I didn't know," or no, he doesn't say that, but you know, just don't complain to me. I'm just kidding. Complain to me all you want, but you know, it's like, oh, I got a timeout. Well, you know, payment in kind is still payment. You know. You're correct, Star Fury, of course. Wrangler says, but Captain, Eric Voss had to say these things. It's in his Disney Plus terms of service. Yes, and also agreeing to arbitration with an arbitrator of Disney's choosing if your spouse is killed in an allergic reaction in one of our restaurants. Boilerplate. Star Fury says, also breathing too much is covered in the Disney TOC. Yeah, exactly. They're like, you're breathing too much. Your consumption of oxygen is a threat to the environment. Folks, you think the wackos aren't going to make that case someday? Trust me. They're working their way around to it. One day they're going to make that case. Humans use too much oxygen, and there is a dearth of oxygen on Earth, and it's a crisis. And therefore, we must ban over-breathing of oxygen. It's going to happen, man. See if I'm wrong. Vote Orange Man. Vote Orange Man. Stop it, says. He's crushing Baby Yoda. He absolutely is. Oh, no, Star Fury. Oh, jeez. How is Star Fury still not, like, timed out? I don't even know. He's dropping. Now he's referring to a World War I chemical. Jeez, Star Fury. You are really cruising today. Wrangler says, and I'll just pray for them. Yes. I will pray for. Listen. I'm being serious. It's not a meme. I bear the shills no ill will. And honest to God, I would never want them deplatformed. I would never want their YouTube channels canceled or anything. If they earn success, they're entitled to it. If someone wants to listen to them just drool over Disney and Manny Jacinto's biceps, fine. More power to them. There's a channel for everything these days. I'm fine with it. All I ask, and by the way, they're welcome to criticize us, meme on us, look, they call us every name in the book anyway, so it's not like it'd be anything new. I'm fine with all that. Free speech. I am a free speech absolutist. Absolutist. And as much as, I'm even a guy that I'm kind of opposed to banning the burning of the American flag, and I love the American flag. Old Glory is the most beautiful symbol on this planet. That's a bit chauvinistic of me, but I don't care. I'm an Americanist, and as an American, I love America and her symbols. And I won't make apologies for it. Certainly not to a red coat. Stop here, eh? What was I saying? Anyway, I don't bear them any ill will, and I just ask for the same courtesy in return. But if they don't grant it, so be it. C'est la vie. Skunk's Workshop says, here's an idea. Go make your own effing franchise. Seriously. Why do you think they hate Eric July so much? Why do you think the young Ripa making multi-million dollars in totally what's the word I'm looking for? Self-funded crowdfunding marketing campaigns? They're basically pre-order campaigns, but all self-funded. It's all his own money. And he got a massive, multiple, over 10x return on his investments. He's hiring industry best writers and comic book artists for the Rippaverse. Why do you think they hate him so much? Because he does what they don't have the courage, skill, or wherewithal to do. Or mindset to do, quite frankly. Win, lose, or draw, when it comes to the Rippaverse, I will always, always admire what Eric July created. Always. It's his to win or lose, right? You know, people may have their critiques of his work. That's fine. And he knows that, and he's fine with that, as all professional artists must be. Yours truly included. I respect the man in the arena. How about a quote? How about a quote? We're wrapping it up tonight. We're in overtime. Yes, this should do, Mr. Producer. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Producer. I suppose I could just play the video. Nah, it's AI read. Hang on. Yes, here it is. I think I have it. I have it. I have it, sir. I have it, sir. Share screen. Here we go. And yes, let's put that. Turn down the volume this time. There we go. From Theodore Roosevelt. It is not the critic who counts. Not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows, in the end, the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls, like the shills, who neither know victory nor defeat. Theodore Roosevelt. Beautiful. Beautifully said, Teddy. Who else we got in the chat? Skunks Workshop. Crimea River Shills. I know! I know! Starfury says, I don't care what YouTube thinks of me. I know, Starfury. And nor should you. I'm not saying you should. I just don't want you to get a timeout. That's all. Starfury, I'm just trying to help, okay? I'm just trying to help. Joseph Ritchie is back. I lasted so long, I got Joseph back. Says, just got some new Star Wars news. Star Fury says, except when British burn your flag. No. Never. Never. Joseph says, told you all, Sigourney Weaver now in Star Wars. Ahsoka TV show got pushed back. It will start filming after Mando movie. In Mando movie, they will have the Black Saber, a Mandalorian Jedi. I mean, thank you for the update, Joseph. They're just wasting another great actress. They're just wasting another talent on talentless hackery. It's disappointing. Ray Stevenson was wasted criminally. His final performance, for God's sake, wasted on that nothing burger of a character. It breaks my heart. Manny Jacinto was wasted. Lee Jung Jae, wasted. Ewan McGregor, wasted in that Obi-Wan. Hayden Christensen, wasted in 2 Disney shows. It's pathetic. Doesn't make me happy at all. Jude Law is about to be wasted. Joseph says, Skeleton Crew will be canceled. I heard it's not going to do well as they just did internal projections and it's not out till December. I literally think even if it were well done, it's kind of a Miss Marvel. It's in that zone where, who is this for? Well, for kids. Well, the kids aren't watching Star Wars anymore. The only people that have some interest left in Star Wars are the shills and the older generation that grew up with good Star Wars. That's all that's left. So they're trying to squeeze blood from a turnip. Yeah, it's not going to work. So Joseph saying Ahsoka tentatively scheduled for release of summer 2026. Starfury Kathleen also got extended last week until summer 2026. Shit, dude, that I was going to say something kind of mean. That woman will outlive us all at Disney. I will be in my grave before she retires. She's like 30 years older than me. I'll be in my grave before she ever gives up the ghost at Lucasfilm. You mark my words. Do you ever wonder why all of our politicians are just Jurassic dinosaurs? Do you wonder why? Because power is its own reward. That's why. Because once you have power, the only thing you want is to hold on to more power. That's all you want. It doesn't matter if anything gets solved. It doesn't matter if democracy survives. They don't give a shit about any of that. You think they care about your vote while they're telling you everybody must vote? They don't give a shit. They just want their power. Kathleen Kennedy doesn't care. She doesn't give a shit that she destroyed a beautiful story. She doesn't care about stories. She's not a storyteller. She's a dumb woman who's good at corporate climbing. She's a wealthy, multi-millionaire, rich, snob elitist who is heavily invested in the sick, intersectional feminist, quasi-Marxist, woke mind virus insanity. She is never leaving. What else is she going to do? She doesn't have anything else to do. It's called being corrupt. That's what it's called. There's a word for it. The word is corrupt. They're corrupt people. Bob Iger, Kevin Feige, Kathleen Kennedy, J.D. Payne, Patrick McKay, Alex Kurtzman, Akiva Goldsman, Russell T. Davies. They are corrupt. Leslie Headland. Oh, certainly Leslie Headland. They are corrupt people. Listen to how they respond to critique and feedback. They never take responsibility for anything, least of all Bob Iger. They never take responsibility for the failure of their work. They never take responsibility for the response of their fan base. They never take responsibility for a shred of any of it. They don't even take responsibility for their character backstories. They asked Leslie Headland in interviews, why did your character do this? She couldn't answer it. She was like, well, I mean, I think, what? You wrote it, you dummy. So no, they're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere unless they are made to go somewhere. They're corrupt, stupid people. I know that's not a fun answer to the mystery, but that's the answer. That's the answer of why we're here. And they eat glue. And you shouldn't. It's bad for you. Stop eating paste, especially if it's lead-based. It's possible that that's a low-resolution view of the situation. I will grant you. But if you've been following this channel for any length of time, you know that I have watched all of this shit. I've watched all of this shit. I've watched so much shit. I can't even believe it. You know, you never imagine how much you're going to watch when you start a YouTube channel, but holy cow. And like, you saw that pitch meeting, which was verbatim. That was basically exactly a season recap of Rings of Power. You give me another explanation other than that they're stupid people. Like, she's going to swim in ocean. How does that work? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. She's elvish. What? I don't have another explanation. Yeah. They're not curious people, folks. They're not curious about things. They don't have hope for humanity. They don't think that humans have anywhere positive to go. But guess what? They're wrong. There's a lot to live for. We are going to turn things around in our culture, in our art, and beyond. The dream of humanity is alive and well. The darkness will be banished by the light. You, my dear chat, my sailors and starnauts, you are living proof of that. We humans are here for a purpose. We did good on this planet, and that good is we witnessed it. and it will be redeemed. So I am Captain Garrett of the Swords of Starships channel. I thank you for tuning in. Please like and subscribe, share out the stream if you can, and I will see you out there among the stars. Or, stall. Mr. Producer, hang on. Would you please come back, Mr. Producer? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I will see you out there. Yeah, one more. Yeah, that one. What do you mean I don't pay you?